The minute I wake up, I gotta get high. The homies, we found us a way to get by. Let's call up some bitches and have a good time. A lot of bottles of podcast, we forget time. Let's clean up the Chevy so we can ride by. Quick piece of pussy, call it a drive-by. I'ma slide by, sipping on the high life. And my slippers jack, triple what my vibe like. As an all-star, I made so many highlights. Touchdown, field goal, this is my night. She the wild type, ready for the wild night. Are you the buy type, hanging at the bar type? I hope you are, cause that mean a player alright. Smoking like a Taylor, so the paper's all white. Time to land a plane, baby, are you really game? Back to the future, me and Wiz got the
I stay
same.
high while y'all stay low. Try to tell me about the smell I know. I stay red from all that smoke. No, it's with me everywhere I go. Y'all can't roll. Y'all can't roll. Y'all can't roll.
I got your girl digging all in my ashtray. Dicking her down for the few past days. She asked the name of my sneakers, are they designer? Shorty Green is the reaper, even the grinder. Fucking like it's a porn in my recliner. Looking straight in the eyes to show for China. She's a liar, but damn it, she does it well. We on fire, imagine what it'll sell. All my homies are people that I admire. Small clique of real niggas smoking that fire. Holding my dick until the day that I expire. Me and Wiz in the beans getting tired.
I stay high while y'all stay low. Try to tell me about the smell I know. My eyes stay red from all that smoke. No, it's with me everywhere I go. Y'all can't roll.
Beam,
Y'all
beam,
can't roll.
beam, beam. I'm smoked out, homie.
Y'all can't roll.
I'm in the right pair of Nikes. From gravel to marble, I travel like cheers. I'm like, cheer, I'ma chill right here. Like the Mac 11 on me, nigga, no fear. Skateboard and board, a paramanica. I make more abroad than in America. Waiting for the day Bob rolls from the dead. In HD as I take an ounce.
I stay high while y'all stay low. Try to tell me about the smell I know. My eyes stay red from all that smoke. No, it's with me everywhere I go. Y'all can't roll. Y'all can't roll. Y'all can't roll.
Kool-Aid sweat, you know I lay down. I take toast while you little niggas take notes. I keep a bra beside me while I skate coast. Fuck Grey's Anatomy, I'm getting Sasha Grey though. I never mind the mind being on vagina, riding with some bitches getting high as a pretty grinder. 495, my lady light it for me. Jay big as a muffler, we pop that Meineke weed. Hey, as I light one for ill will walking in my heart, she was still there. Reminiscing on my niggas looking down on me. A little loud, I can hear you real loud.
I stay
homie.
high
One
while
love.
y'all stay low. Try to tell me about the smell I know. My eyes stay red from all that smoke. No, it's with me everywhere I go. Y'all can't roll. Y'all can't roll. Y'all can't roll.
Make that music group new album, self-made. Self.
Feels so good. You're lying here next to me.
I'm living underneath the telescope. Ciroc in my margarita in Mexico. Got a model with me that I seen on World Star. Introduced her to the world of La Perla. I'm talking S&M, but got her screaming A to Z. Talking the type of cheese she used to think was make-believe. I used to fuck them, then I made them leave. Leaving things, I had a bucket full of Maybelline. I had a bucket in my favorite green. Opened up the budget, now it's only major things. Most sane, run you half a ticket. Bugatti boy, cop won't even write the ticket. I got a few Crips that wanna come and kick it. Catch blue balls if one of your niggas bitches. I know the feeling, gotta realign your wheels to life. Or better yet, maybe you should write your will a night.
It gets deeper and deeper. In love with you, I'm falling. Sweeter and sweeter. You're in the world of
Money grew like grass. Money grew like grass. Money grew like grass.
Please her, anytime or any place.
Got on my Vacaron and paid in full. Lining up all my niggas about to pull some major moves. Consolidate the game and suffocate the others. Keep it real with your niggas and multiply the numbers. Go to trial and never take the stand. Every bitch was born to break a man. I take you deeper than them other dudes. I see my niggas scramble chickens by the twos. He talking like a hoe, I'm valet in the Benz. She acting like a bitch while I'm taking the friend. Ran out of ones, now I'm throwing what I got. I took her home, time to show her what I got. I took her tongue and took it to another notch. I'm getting funds, time to get another watch. I'm having fun, fucking let my brother watch. I got 30 cars and headed to another lot. Money grew like grass. Money grew like grass. Money grew like grass.
Deeper and deeper, in love with you I'm falling. Sweeter and sweeter, the tender words of
Money grew like grass. Money grew like grass. Money grew like grass.
Please her, anytime or any place. I'm gonna love you, love you, love you. Yes, I live alone, babe. I'm gonna need you.
Maybach music.
3 passports. 3 first-class tickets to the money.
Yeah, made nigga got made niggas with me.
Fuck it. I ain't even counting money no more. If it ain't right, it ain't right. It don't even matter no more. Cut me up a little bit. This next level shit. Tudo Bugatti Coupe. I call it Katy Perry. Wiz Khalifa papers. Smoking my favorite berries. That's 65. I call it Rihanna. It got a red top, but it's white like Madonna. Made man. You hear what I said? Having a slumber party, all my bitches count bread. Made man, also known as Papi Chulo. Huh? And I'm running straight up in the cooler. My wrist always on frio. Call me Chili Chill. Huh? Superhead from Superhead, and I really will. Californication, motivation in my pocket. Got on my blue dicky. Shout out my nigga Rocky. Still smoking sicky. It ain't no other option. Not for made niggas. And I'm never stopping. I raised the bar. I set the standards. My yayo Usher Raymond. That bitch just keep on dancing. Dollar bills on top of dollar bills. That's all I'm throwing if she want little mama will. Made niggas talking a lot of skrill. 8 digits, a nigga trying to live. Made man, you hear what I said? I got 100 squares. If you're scared, call the feds. Made man, I'm screaming dollar bills. Pop the trunk on the Porsche, there they go, dollar bills.
Riding around the city, plastic cup of Henny. Find a nigga like me, truth be told, I don't know many. I say shout my driver, Lauren. That's 62 with curtains. Can't see shit, I don't know where the fuck I'm at for certain. When it boils down, I'm just a T.O. nigga. But bitches tell me that I look just like a Creole nigga. New Orleans know it's love every time I'm in town. Shout out my nigga Tez, that's my brother, my round. Spending tomorrow's money, I call it mañana. Off the rack, just ain't my style, I call it designer. One of my baddest women ever, I call her Rihanna. But that's cause her name is Rihanna. I'm in the condo just posted watching Miami kill. I might just walk to the arena and watch it for real.
ashes to ashes. Me, Rose, and Cali. Smoking bull rider, shit moving slow as a ballad. Tattoo on your ass, it'd be nice if you show me. I'm buying bitches first, Mike Tyson, Naomi. I got the right to do it, it's only right to do it. Love me some head and I love a woman that likes to do it. Still love my team, ain't no other option. Not for made niggas, and I'm never stopping. I'm Damon Wayans, just know that homie don't play that. You know we run it, my nigga, Young Money Maybach.
Dollar bills on top of dollar bills. That's all I'm throwing if she want lil' mama will. Made niggas talking a lot of skrill. 8 digits, a nigga trying to live. Made man, you hear what I said? I got 100 squares. If you're scared, call the feds. Made man, I'm screaming dollar bills. Pop the trunk on the Porsche, there they go, dollar bills. Black panorama, I call it T-Pain. I got my auto-tune, that bitch insane. Got my revolver too, I call it Ving Rhames. You still a baby boy, we doing big things. Street niggas, you hear what I said? I got some bad news, Jabbar back in the feds. Facing 20, he just did a dime. Been out a year, look like he finna ride. Genocide, these people killing time. Throw you in the hole, you must be penalized. Soon as you see success, haters reinvest. Miami Guns Drive, $500,000, nothing less. Raise the bar, I set the standards. My AOMC hammer, that bitch just keep on dancing. Michael Jackson, let it moonwalk. Sit it on the napkin, let it cool out. Dollar bills on top of dollar bills. That's all I'm throwing if she want lil' mama will. Made niggas talking a lot of skrill. 8 digits, a nigga trying to live. Made man, you hear what I said? I got 100 squares. If you're scared, call the feds. Made man, I'm screaming dollar bills. Pop the trunk on the Porsche, there they go, dollar bills.
Yeah, made nigga got made niggas with me.
You're he, mic check. You're he, mic check. You're he. That didn't sound too bad on the replay. That didn't sound too bad. I'll take that. Take that. No Diddy. Take that. Take that. Yes, sir. S gave me the 1. Shadow and Light gave me the 1. Jen gave me the 1. There you go. All rise for Noble Judge London. All rise. There you go. You're he. King James in the building. What's happening, folks? What's happening? Who we got down there? Ants in the building. Yeti in the building. Ruled by Saturn in the building. I see Infamous Sniper in the building. 313 in a place to be. There you go. My man Lani in the building. Day One S in the building. Dino in the building. Alcomos in the building. Got family in the building. Got family in the building. Got family in the building. Good stuff. Good stuff. Yeah, man. Thank God it's Friday, right? Friday. Made it to the dark side, to the bright side of the road, bro. To the bright side of the road. We here, we here. Yeah, we're here now, man. Nice and early start for you folks, right? It's a nice and early start. You never know where today will take us. I thought I'll go early. I was gonna go another hour or 2 hours, but I thought, no, let's go at 8. Let's go at 8. Get some stuff in. 420 if you have that. 420 if you have that. So what's new? Who's been working? Who's had the week off? Who's had the month off? Who's always off? Who's been working like a bumblebee, you know, a busy bumblebee? Mm? Who's relaxing? Mm. Oh yes. Glorious in the kingdom. Glorious. Good stuff. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. hmm Oh, I had a few things I wanted to cover today. You know me, got my own horse in the race, and it's fun to sit back as an observer and watch these other horses in the race. Right? It's good to see what they're up to. It's good. So nice. Saturn said he was working. Good stuff. Yeah, good stuff. Got to keep busy, whether it's working or doing something that you like. Not saying that you're not working doing something that you like anyway, but you know, most people we tend to get jobs that not that we like, but just to get us by. You know, just a quick check or just to get what we need to get out of it. Ideally, I don't think no one's really got their ideal job, right? Unless your parents unless your parents helped you towards that goal. You know, if you had a both parent household and they helped you towards that goal, then yeah. But for the most part of it, you know, good stuff. Bomber Clark, that's got the best job in the world. Hey, best job in the world. I mean, ganja man. All right, was a ganja man, ganja farmer. Yeah, good stuff. Whatever you're doing, just do it with a smile. Whatever you're doing out there, do it with a smile. Do it with a smile. Yeah. Thirty-year experience. Round of applause. Round of applause. Not sure if you can hear that, but I'm clapping. Round of applause. Yeah. Okay. I said 30 years experience. Good stuff. Good stuff. Well, you know where to go now, ladies and gentlemen. If you need that pineapple, if you catch my drift, If you catch my drift. Not really work when you love what you do. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yeah, I agree with that. But ultimately, it's still work. But I know exactly what you're saying. I know exactly what you're saying. There's certain jobs, right? As a carpenter, um, you know, when you get your job lined up, when you know what job you're having for tomorrow, depending on what job it is, you get excited, like, oh, I can't wait to fit that stairs, or I can't wait to do that bay window, or I can't wait to do the skirting. Well, you know what I'm saying? Certain jobs you'll be like, oh, I don't fancy doing that tomorrow. Oh man, I need the whole team there tomorrow. I hope there's someone there to help me with this heavy load. That's the times when I think, oh, wish I stayed in bed. Wish I stayed in bed. But then there's times I'm up and early, ready on the job, nice and early on the job. Right? Nice and early. I'm a superhero. Yeah, wicked. Tough work, eh? Huh? Mm. Yeah, there's times like that. I feel super at work when I get something done that I don't normally do. You quickly look it up on YouTube or something. Like, oh, is that how it's done? Okay, let me try and do it. And then I do it and I look back at it. I'm like, oh yeah, I can do this now. I can add this to my CV. I know how to do this shit. Wicked. Superheroes. Okay. Fresh project. Fresh project. I like new projects. I was doing the electrics as well, but that was just that's the next program anyway. That's the next program. Mm. Yeah, man. Bay windows, sash windows, that's the shit we used to make. I used to make the sash windows that go into the bay windows, and then we used to fit the bay windows. But I'm no longer working with that company anymore. So I'm self-employed, working for an agency where we just get the job done, fit stuff and make stuff. Well, not make windows, but maybe shelvings and stuff like this. But it's been a long time since I've made a bay window. But yeah, your boy's good with his hands, definitely. He studied carpentry at 16, but dropped out. I know many people that they dropped out, but they went back to it. They went back. The actors make more. Yeah, yes, they do. Yeah. Ooh, say no more. Say no more. Malcolm in the building. How you doing, Malcolm? Welcome. 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 Hmm. But Mr. Squirrel, you cut any trees down, Mr. Squirrel? Mm? Any trees come tumbling down? Any trees? Mm. My goodness, they're flowing in. Got GA in the building now. What's going on, GA? Oh shit. Got Voy in the building. How we doing, boy? Boy, what we listening to? We just kicking it for a little while. We just kicking it. Got a few things to show. You know, a bit of laughter uh, regarding the flat Earth and possibly the globe. But, you know, I like to watch these horses. See where they're going. We watched a fun one the other day. Dave versus Professor Dave, Flat Earth Dave, Professor Globe Dave. Right, that was quite funny. That was quite funny. I watched that with Voy. That was quite hilarious. That was cool. We're gonna get into some more of that type of stuff, right? Hopefully I get Chief joining today, and at some point I think Machine, and we can look at some new things. But like I said, if not, you know, today's just gonna be a shoot the shit one, some laughter and shit, look at some stuff, and then tomorrow, if my curse has been lifted on my main channel, we're gonna go over there. We're gonna start cooking, right? We're gonna start cooking. Got some fire stuff to show you guys, right? Gonna show you the eye in plain sight on a map, right? For those of you who think we don't live in the upper room, yeah, you wait until tomorrow. You wait until tomorrow, or possibly tonight, depends on who comes slide through tonight. If not, then we open up the main channel tomorrow and we get cooking, right? Good stuff. There's a premiere I wanted to catch today, actually. Quite funny, actually. 1 second. Not this week. Been on the ground. Okay. He's been on the ground. I hear you. Yeah, good stuff. You know what's funny, Squirrel? Every day when I go and drop the children off and pick them up, right, I've noticed there was a lamppost, right, and the cover was off. But every time I kept on walking past it, I kept on hearing a sound. I was like, nah, it can't be what I'm thinking, right? And then a few days, maybe a week or two went by, and I started to hear the sound a bit more louder, and it was like birds chirping, right? But apparently the mothers flew into this lamppost, right, when it was open, when the BT men was doing their wiring, wherever it is, the lamppost men, and it made a nest within the lamppost, right? So they've had to leave the cover off, couldn't close it up anymore until the birds, you know, started to fly. It's quite interesting, man. Yeah, it flew into the lamppost and made a nest, and it lives within the lamppost. Little brown sparrow. It's quite interesting. But now when I've been walking past, I can't hear any noise at all. So I think they, you know, full-fledged and left home. Hopefully they've left home. Hopefully they left home. Interesting. I was over at Mr. Talcott yesterday. I went and chilled out with Jack Talcott. Salutes to Mr. Talcott, brother Talcott. I was over there yesterday, quite hilarious. Rowdy bunch. Alright, but there was a visit from Big Sister. Mm. Big sister made an appearance over there. Fucking hilarious. I've never met someone who don't like people but still comes around people. What do they call that type of stuff? What do they call that? You don't like somebody but you keep going around them. What behavior is that? Hmm? You can't stand people but you keep going around them. What do they call that type of behavior? Anybody know? There you go. Ooh la la. Somewhere in time. How you doing? Good stuff. Oh shit. I said hate watching. Huh? Okay. Hate watching. Okay. Okay. Hate watching. Oh, we got frenemy. Yeah. We got frenemies. Yeah. What else we got? Oh shit. We got stalker. Oh shit. We got hate watching. We got frenemy. We got stalker. We got simping. Jesus Christ. Come on, man. Mm-mm. Socially dysfunctional. You know, cooking down there. You know, cooking. Then we got, hold on, we got hate watching. And then we got frenemies. And then we got a stalker. And then we got a simp. Got socially dysfunctional. Jeez. That's crazy. That's crazy. Oh, how could we forget this one? Troll. Troll. Man, we got a troll. Alright, let's have a look and see what this troll got up to. With Jack Little Visit, alright? He meant to be premiering something with Jack Little Visit. Let's have a look. Let's show him some support. Show some support. Oh man. 420 if you got that. Let me get the crisps and Pringles. Hold on. Get my crispies and shit. Vegan chocolate and shit. Hold on. Jack Halcock got owned by King Stephen. What a title. Look. What a title. Rainmont, huh? Uh-oh.
If you pay attention to yourself, you are learning what you are doing as you're doing it. Life is much more simple than what we've been allowing ourselves to experience. Can we have conversations, Stephen? I still got Tarek in the back. We don't have to address you.
Look, what's he doing? Look, what's he doing? He's silent. He's just looking for a place to start. This is your video. It's supposed to be ready to go. What are you doing? You muted yourself again. What are you doing? You don't even know where to start it. Look, clown.
King Stephen is here as well. He's been waiting patiently longer than you. So
Yeah, he can go
Clown.
first. Go on.
welcome, King Stephen. Sorry for the delay, but after yesterday, I wanted to give him a little more respect than what he received here.
Hello there. Hello. Hello. Hello there, Hank. I see your little
Hello there,
sign.
Steven.
Paul Jangling Keys, a little kitty cat.
Yep.
Jangling Keys. Interesting.
Yep,
just
that's
here
what
to
he
hear-
did yesterday.
I wasn't here yesterday, but I want to hear about the faith and love and the blessings, and I'm here to learn about God and God, us all being part of one source. I believe Jack was saying something about that. I'm here to hear more about that. I'm not. So here's why I said I was there. That's how I started off. I was very friendly, respectful, cordial, and look at how I ended up being treated. Because I know who he hangs with, Provo and London McDouchebag. This guy hangs out with all bunch of haters. He hangs out with trolls and douchebags. That's who Jack Talcott hangs out with. I see right through him. I
Woo.
see right through him. And I will
Oh,
expose you. You're going to be
oh,
exposed for what you are, which is an absolute
oh,
fraud. A
ah.
liar, a fraud, a grifter, a fake, a phony. I'm going to expose you. Here to engage with the chat. I was put in timeout for no reason by some moderator, but I guess your chat is running is wild, or I don't know. It's not like it's. I run a channel, Jack. I run a larger channel than yours, so
Hey,
I
Steven,
kind
I'm
of
going
run
to
a
put you
tight
down
ship.
for a couple seconds
Oh,
and get you out of
shit.
timeout. Let me fix that for you.
He's crying about being timed out. Better
I
take some
don't let
cold
my
medicine.
moderators just put people in timeout or ban whoever. I just kind of I
Yes,
have a
you do.
respectful channel,
No,
but
you
I'm
don't.
here to learn
No, you're not.
what's this stuff about God when there's a lot of hateful people here. I'm wondering how that kind of connects. Is there a connection there?
Yep. God is
There is.
within all things. You get to see what you find, right? You get to direct where your mind looks.
Word salad, you get to see what you find. If I come in respectful and I get treated like shit, I see the treatment.
No one's at his
It
premiere.
isn't created by me.
It's only us.
Okay. So you're warping things in a very
Show us some
dishonest
respect.
way.
We
And
turned
this
up to
is
your
what
premiere and
liars
nobody
do.
else did.
That's what
You
Jack
slime ball.
Talcott is doing. I was being respectful in the chat and put in timeout. I didn't attack anybody. So I see reality as it is. And I see what you are, Jack Talcott. I see what you are. You're going to be exposed big time.
You can find the bad, you can find the good. Let me address, and Stephen, you may have been part of this. My apologies. It took me a while to catch on to realize that Tarek was showing his untrustworthiness as well.
Untrustworthiness as well. I wasn't part of anything.
But you got Bex in the background. Hi, Stephen. Hi, Hank. Hola. Hola, Stephen. This, hey, Bex, come and talk to me, man. Come and talk to Black Daddy. Huh? Come and talk to me. Come and talk to Daddy. Huh?
Part of anything. This is my first time on your channel, and I got treated like shit and put in timeout immediately in the first minute that I was in the chat room. I'm not a fool, you dumbass. I see what just happened. I didn't cause it. I'm not somebody that you can say a few words and cause me to blame myself. I see the way that I was behaving there and the way that I was treated. Your mods here calling me Steven the Semen Demon, all this shit. I see what's going on, you piece of shit. I see what you are.
Oh
You're a
shit.
complete fucking phony.
Ah! What else?
His ego must have been triggered because he's in the back and Snafu is blocked. I know those two are enablers of each other. So, Stephen, sorry about the timing out stuff.
He's playing victim now. This guy is playing a fucking victim. Oh,
So you're talking about people that I don't even know. Tarek and Snafu have nothing to do with me. Nothing. Why would you mention that? Like, you're out of it, dude. You're out of it. You're really out of touch. Anybody that donates to this guy's a fool. That's what I'm going to tell you. Anybody that donates to this guy, you'd be better off giving money to a preacher on TV.
anyone that listens to you is a fool. How about that?
A televangelist, scammer. He's a complete fraud. And he's going to be exposed. You wanted to make an enemy today? You got it. Mission accomplished. I went over there in good faith, and you and your mods treated me like shit immediately. So fuck you.
He's upset. He's annoyed. Ah! Got him.
Yeah, you should be able to chat again. I timed out for 10 seconds and that overwrites the last timeout.
All right. Thank you, Hank.
Thank you. Thank you for the contributions, Paul. Juggling balls, not sure what you're trying to project. Oh, I didn't mean to do that, but hey, praise God, man. God, here, back to you had a question, Stephen. Unity. We live within us in this realm. Every moment we're experiencing duality, right? What I realized today, God is the truth, the absolute truth. So we want to align ourselves and grow in the truth that we know, not just religions, not just this or that.
So he says, God is the truth. Do you think I'm going to feel sad when creatures like this get recycled or sealed in here? Do you think I will feel sorry for them after what they've done,
Here we
what
go.
they've supported in this realm? The
Uh-oh.
lies that they've told, the evil that they've stood with, the slander, all that they do here. And
Look,
then they
he's
do their
talking.
word salad. God is the truth and all this shit. King Stephen, thank you, Marky Rizzo, who's over there. This is an absolute shitty channel. Talcott's channel is complete shit. Complete shit.
Listen to this guy.
It's going to be glorious to
Glorious.
seal in the demons in this place. Absolutely glorious.
Glorious.
Beyond words. They've earned it. They earn it every day. It isn't one bad day or one bad mistake or one bad decision or one evil act or one atrocity. They earn it every fucking day in this place. What is coming is deserved. Deserved.
But really grow into know a greater truth because it increases your value here on the world. And so if God is the truth, and God's love is known beyond our opinions.
Look
Thou
at him.
shalt not
He's
judge
scouring the chat.
by
Look at
thy
him scouring
words.
the chat. He's marking people's names. Look at him. Look, he's scouring the chat. Look, he's on 23 now. Look, he's got 23. Look at him. Look at this dude. He's just scouring. He's taking notes.
Witnesses. And hey, along those lines, let me welcome a few guests. Unless Stephen or Hank. You guys are more respectful than some of the others. So.
Oh, bring him on! Bring him on!
Steven?
Sure, bring them on. I just have a question, Jack. What would you say is the greatest sin a person can commit here in this earthly realm?
To make the excuse to tell a lie. Lies
Yeah.
bring sins upon our character.
Amazing. He thinks the greatest sin is to make the excuse to tell a lie. The greatest sin in this world. Does that not tell you there's something wrong with that creature up there on the screen? And that's what he is. I wanted him to show me what he is. I already suspected, of course. It's a
This guy.
creature. And that's what it is. That's just a mask, that face. There's a lot over there in his chat room that are that way as well.
Look, told you.
Look
Look,
at the liars over there. He says the
23.
greatest sin is to tell a lie. He's got a chat room full of liars. Full of liars. Can
Look,
judge all they want. Go
yep,
ahead.
yep. We'll keep judging.
Disagreement machine.
Disagreement machine.
The whole chat room was disrespectful. You've got a channel full of shit. You got a channel full of demons.
Good. Stop coming around then, you weirdo.
Especially when people choose to believe in lies. Oh, that was one of the points. God controls mankind through the ideas and what God allows us to experience.
God controls mankind and what God allows us to. Well, that sounds like a master-slave relationship, what God allows you to do.
Stop, you fucking weirdo. This guy's a fucking... Hey, my brother, what's happening? My brother. Hold on, I need to do this now, because there you go. That's the man in the building. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. How we doing, Mr. JT?
Oh, I feel so blessed, brother. And thank you. Thank you for your invitation. Holy cows, man.
Anytime. Anytime.
You're a man like me. You're what the world has been waiting for, man. You're an example for others to follow and to learn from, right?
Yes, sir.
Brother, I've been meaning to join you for a while. I saw you were rolling and I didn't know. I haven't tuned in at all. But right before joining, I trust timing is perfect. And right before joining, I'd been moved to tears again. Miracles they will be, and they are happening here on earth. And there's going to be so many miracles coming.
There you go. Salutes to that. Salutes to that. We just had you up on the big screen, Mr. Poopy Pants. He's watching Mr. Poopy Pants. Apparently he owns you. Let's take a look.
He's hilarious.
You're a slave to a demon. You're a slave. You call it a god, but it's a demon, and you're a slave to it. You're a slave. You're not a moral being whatsoever. You believe yourself to be, but you're a fool.
He's describing himself.
Exactly.
He's revealing that which is within him. He's a fool.
Thank you. Thank you. Finally, like it's wild. I mean, I don't think he's taking the pills in the top drawer. If I'm being honest with you, I don't think he's taking the pills with his name on the front of it. I think he's running away from the pills. You know,
he'll be
him and his girlfriend, Rebecca Broom, right? That Rebecca lady likes to pop in from time to time and, you know, try to get under my skin, right? Every time I'm on your panel, she likes to say little things. I fucking love it. First I'm blocked, then I'm unblocked. Then she blocks me, then I'm unblocked. Right. But this is the company she keeps, people like Steven around her, right? Instead of coming for a talk. I keep telling her, come for a talk with London, come over here. She'd rather go over here to this abusive penguin.
God
Right.
works in mysterious
Hilarious.
ways sometimes.
Very mysterious. But let's see what he's saying, Jack. Let's have a listen.
Oh
I
man.
right through you. Look at this. Provo is obsessed with me in the chat.
They
Thank
might be obsessed with each other.
Because he put me backstage.
I think so.
Then Louise said, "Oh wow, you didn't like what was said, and you kicked King Stephen off. How is that helping your growth, Jack?"
That's one of his minions, Louise. Of course you like Steven.
Then they attack Louise. Louise O'Brien, you're confused. Look at this.
Yep. She's one of yours. She is confused. She's one of yours.
Experience, right? And so the time is coming where we've got very simple explanations of what
He's rewinded it. Come on, press play, you slimy.
God controls mankind through the ideas and what God allows us to experience, right? And so the time is coming where we've got very simple explanations of what is undeniably obvious. Behind every war in history and today is the economic system. So let's stop enabling the lies and let's start growing together, uniting together, working together to overcome this dependency on everything except the truth.
United Together makes me think of that old song, "So Happy Together." Ba,
We could be.
ba, ba. Remember that? I'm mocking it because it isn't economics. He doesn't understand who
Wow.
controls the nations,
What a
who controls
clown.
the governments of this realm, how they're all Freemason brothers. They're all together.
He's
They're not
so helpless.
understand how this realm works.
Yeah.
You're clueless, but you believe yourself to be wise because you're a fool. You're an absolute fool. So I didn't take it seriously at all. I didn't take his show seriously because I could tell in a few minutes this guy's an absolute fool. He talks about not judging, yet he judges people by hearsay. Others, like Provo Planet, will say, and he just judges. He doesn't know me at all. He doesn't know me at all.
No.
He's a fool.
Mm.
We
He
know you.
belongs here in this
We know
fucking
you.
realm, and this is where he will stay. This is where you will
This is
stay.
where you'll stay, Jack.
Alcott.
He's
This is where
looping.
you stay.
Yeah.
So happy together.
Forgive them, Father. They know not what they do.
Facts.
It is. Wise, and let's start growing together, uniting together, working together to overcome this dependency on everything except the truth.
United Together makes me think of that old song, "So Happy Together." Ba,
We could
ba,
be.
ba, ba. Remember
We
that
can
song?
be.
Hey, do you
Yes.
remember that Beatles song with "All you need is love"? Ba, ba, da, da. All you need is love.
It's
Love,
true.
love is all
Hey,
you need.
Stephen, I
Remember
want to
that
bring
one?
up our other guests. They've been
Oh, sure.
patiently.
He's scouring your chat room. He's scouring your chat room for people with hate speech against him. He's fucking hilarious.
Sure, I'd love to have them on.
We've got Moose, Tarek, and you know what? Last, please, the last shall be first. And Provo Planet has been a friend to me. And
Now he's talking about his friend. He's bringing somebody up to attack me. Provo, that's been attacking me in the chat. He knows what he's doing. He knows what he's doing. He's a shit.
what an accuser!
He's a shit.
Yeah.
He's
A
as
victim.
Victim.
even if
That's
one
the
see
one,
has a
Jack.
shower, he looks
Victim.
dirty. People say he looks like he needs a shower because he's a douchebag. He gives
I think
douchebag vibes.
Susan needs a hug. Seriously, someone hurt him.
Like
Yeah.
televangelist. He's a fucking phony. He thinks of himself as a guru. You're not a spiritual being. The last shall be first. You're fucked up, dude. You're really fucked up. I hope you like this realm, because this is where you belong. I did figure that Bex hangs out at shit channels. Every time I hop on a shitty channel, she's there watching. So
Oh,
I've said that forever, and it's true. She
Bex.
always watches these garbage channels all the time.
Oh,
It's
Bex.
just the truth.
She's not
I
even.
pay attention sometimes to who's in the chat, who's gobbling up these shitty channels, who's taking this shit into their minds as though it's real. That's what I pay attention to. Who hangs out on shit channels? And it does matter, because what you consume becomes you. Just like people think that they consume Hollywood movies. Well, Hollywood also consumes you. And it's the same on YouTube with these shit channels.
Patty's so bitter.
Man, look at this.
Bitter.
Jack, please stop trying to be a preacher. It ain't working. Yeah, it's actually funny in a way, but it's also demonic.
Holy cows. And a challenger. So
Uh-oh.
Welcome.
Robo's in the house.
The Provo King.
That's right. That's right. Hey, Jack.
I want to say
Good to see you.
you have a very respectable stream, much more respectable than this place. But thank you. I yield.
Appreciate that. I'll make this brief. The guy next to you, the semen demon, I timed him out. That was me. Why did I do
knew it
that?
was him.
He's
I
got
knew
me
it was
banned in his chat. He actually doesn't allow free speech on his channel.
Oh, I allow it.
He also loves to gossip about me and you, Mr. Jack.
No,
He likes to bite. He likes to
no,
gossip, backbite.
No.
He's
No.
a snake in the grass. He's a
Hold
piece
my-
of shit.
listen,
He's a
allowing
semen gurgler. He likes to
listen,
gurgle
he's
semen.
being
I love
offensive.
him.
He's
But
feedback.
anyways,
I gave
just
him
wanted
the
to come
thumbs
up,
up.
clear that up.
So here's this fucking asshole says it's honest feedback. Guess what list you made, Talcott? You're a fucking coward. You're a piece of shit. Don't worry, dude. You're on my radar now.
Oh God, good. Eventually he'll understand. He's a fool.
Yes.
Holy shit. He's one of those miracles I'm predicting. He's gonna have a revealing to him and he'll be like, holy shit.
I believe so.
Yep.
I believe so. Very interesting.
He likes to
No.
gossip, backbite.
No.
He's
No.
a snake in the grass. He's a
told
piece
my-
of shit.
listen,
He's a
allowing-
semen gurgler. He likes to
listen,
gurgle
he's-
semen.
Being offensive.
honest
He's-
But
feedback.
anyways, just wanted to come
He's a
up, clear
liar.
that up. I timed your
He's
a
bitch ass
liar.
out because you're a punk
Wait,
ass
wait.
bitch.
Bro, you're a
told my
bitch
channel.
and you're
Shut up,
fucking gossiping all
Shut
over
up,
there.
Jack.
You're
All
a
right.
fucking bitch. You're
You're
a
not
big
retarded,
person, just
Jack.
like
You're
Jack
not
gossip.
Whoa. Let's see if we can find a resolve.
He's trolled my
Because-
channel. He's very
well,
Go, my
disrespectful.
Jack, I gotta go. I'll let you have your piece here, but I wanted to
Bye-bye,
let you know
loser.
that's a snake in
Bye-bye.
the grass.
You're a
He's a
loser.
semen demon.
Provo,
You're a fucking fag.
please don't
He's
become that.
he's already called me an F slur. He's trying to take down your channel. He's a snake.
Please,
Not at all.
Snake.
Please,
Hey,
not
say,
at
call
all.
me the N word again. I
You
dare
heard
you.
what
I'm
he
a
said.
lizard.
Call me the
please
N word.
rise above Provo.
Call me
rise
the N word
above.
again.
He's triggered.
Provo.
He's triggered.
Pussy.
Provo.
Settle
All right.
down. Settle down. I'm here to be
Steve.
respectful, not to be insulted.
I know that you can.
Yeah, whatever.
Listen to this piece of shit.
Oh,
All I've taken over there is insults since I got there. And being
So
backstage,
sad.
you're a
Yeah,
piece of shit, Talcott. I know that you can be. You act this way on the internet. You would never do this in real life. Never. Never.
Speaking of
Never.
innocence,
Never.
I'm surprised you made it this long. You swarmy piece of shit. I really am.
and yet I am.
Don't worry.
What the fuck?
There's much more ahead. I hope you like this realm, Jack,
This guy.
because you're never leaving. Hotel California. You can check out anytime you like, but you could never leave. Never. You're never leaving.
He's delusional.
And you've chosen that
Delusional.
because you've chosen to side with demons. And you play games. But some of us, like me, I see right through you.
Oh shit.
Holy cow. Praise God, man. This life is hilarious.
I was towards you on my channel. You were a guest. I didn't treat you this way, the way that I'm being treated here. I treat others the way that I'm treated. That's
Not
how it works.
always.
Yeah.
He keeps rewinding it. Just let it play, you slimy git.
Down. Settle down. I'm here to be respectful, not to be insulted.
I know that you can be very respectful, but
one
I also
person that
I
you
know
come
was
in.
towards you
One
on my
person that
channel.
you
You
come
were a
in.
guest. I didn't treat you this way, the way that I'm being treated here. I treat others the way that
Oh.
I'm treated.
And look,
That's how
not
it works.
always.
Yes.
she can't get
yes.
enough of him.
You treat others based on how you perceive them, Stephen.
No.
Stephen, consider those
No,
words,
no.
please, before you
Oh,
deny.
I'm considering.
Before you,
Listen, Jack, I was never on Provo's channel. He trolled my channel repeatedly using fake names. So he brought this upon himself. You got to start working on your honesty instead of your bias. I'm going to ask you a question while
that
I'm on here.
mean? Is
Yeah,
that
I'm
mean,
It's
Stephen?
no, it's not mean.
Are you
It's
sure?
honest. It's honest.
You're revealing.
I'm gonna
You're
ask you-
revealing what
listen.
you think is honest,
No,
but your
I'm
heart
gonna-
is not honest.
My heart is honest and pure.
You've been
I'm gonna-
dishonest with your heart.
Not at all.
Yes,
Not at all.
yes,
Listen,
Stephen,
no,
you've
no.
been in denial for a long time,
Not
and you
at
don't
all.
accept
You don't know me at all,
responsibility for
Jack.
what
What are you
you
talking
think.
about? The guy that doesn't know me says I've been in denial a long time. What the fuck
Based
are you
on
talking
fact.
about? You're like a stranger that's come to someone's door, a Jehovah's Witness telling the person that you just opened the door.
He didn't
that
like
they've been
that
in
one.
denial a long time. You're fucked up, dude. You're truly a mess.
Look who's
You
talking.
listen to all these fucking snakes and you think that they tell you the truth. You're a gullible fool, but you're also immoral. And you're
Look,
showing where
talking.
you belong here in this realm. You follow a demonic God and you judge others because you think, well, they're a blasphemer. They don't believe in my God. You belong here. You're going to stay here in this realm. And you've done it yourself.
So
With
confused.
no one else to blame. You're never getting out of here. Look in a mirror. Blame yourself, you piece of shit. I see
Wow.
what you are.
I look forward to when he's of clear mind.
Wow. Good luck.
No, it's not mean. It's honest. It's honest.
You're revealing.
I'm gonna ask you.
Revealing what
Listen.
you think is honest,
No,
but your
I'm
heart
gonna-
is not honest.
My heart is honest and pure.
You've been
I'm gonna-
dishonest with your heart.
Not at all.
Yes,
Not at all.
yes,
Listen,
Stephen,
no.
you've
Went for
been
the
in
chat.
denial for a long time,
Not
and you
at
don't
all.
accept
You don't know me at all,
responsibility
Jack.
for
What are you
you
talking
think.
about? I have a
What I've
question for you.
seen,
I have a question for you. Hold on a second. Is that a giant fireplace, or are you a very small man? Which is it? Which?
What
Look
the
who's
hell?
over there. So I tried to break it up with a joke, but this guy
full
fake
of reflection and manipulation.
I
Yeah.
noticed Brit's over there. She's hanging out the shit channels. Brit still has a real taste for the shit channels, and I've noticed that she's all over these channels, not just Talcott, but the other ones as well. Brit watches shit channels. Yep, here we are. There's people that I can't help at a certain point. They've got an addiction
Jesus
to
Christ.
shit.
How would you know Brits
They're
at these
addicted to
panels?
shit.
Because you're following everybody.
You have to watch
You're a
something. And
stalker.
look at this. Look at this shit show. If my channel goes down, is this what people are going to feast upon? This kind of shit? Talcott level shit? It's sickening. So be it. Gobble up whatever the fuck you want.
for a long time,
Not
and you
at
don't
all.
accept
You don't know me at all.
responsibility. You think is honest,
No,
but your
I'm
heart
gonna.
is not honest.
My heart is honest and pure.
You've been
I'm gonna.
dishonest with your heart.
Not at all. Not at
Yes,
all.
yes,
Listen,
Stephen,
no,
you've
no,
been in denial for a long time,
not
and you
at
don't
all.
accept
You don't know me at all,
responsibility for
Jack. What
what
are you
you
talking
think.
about? I have a
What I've
question for you.
seen,
I have a question for you. Hold on a second. Is that a giant fireplace, or are you a very small man? Which is it behind? Which is it? I've got a question.
big part of it is camera angle.
Okay. I thought you
Light.
were. I was thinking, are you a tiny man, or is that a gigantic fireplace in a palace? I don't know. I don't know your situation here, but I
I'm
can
not
only
very
go
big.
by what I see. I can only go by what I see. It looks like a massive fireplace behind you. So
Here's a waste of time.
tell me when I've been
Mhm.
dishonest. When have I been dishonest? Because you don't know me at all, Jack. So when have I been dishonest?
About your
You go-
behavior.
Are you going by hearsay?
No, I'm
What are you
going by
going by
I'm going by what you said here on this live
He
stream.
trolled my channel multiple times. I didn't know about it.
Even
I didn't go to his channel
I know, but
until
you see
recently.
what you're doing?
He
You're
started
finding.
this. No, no.
Are you? Can I ask a question?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm trying to understand you better, and I don't want to assume, but it
You've already
seems
judged me.
well. It
Yes, you
seems
have.
like you're finding excuses more than understanding. It seems like you're.
Understanding why somebody trolled me and then complains. I should understand why somebody starts shit with me and then complains about it. That's what Provo did. He's trolled my channel about 4 or 5 times using different names on my live streams is what I'm speaking about. Coming onto my channel to my live streams. He's a piece of shit. And Jack's trying to find a way to defend his friendly piece of shit. Because he's biased against me. You don't know me. But you know what? You're going to be judged. So you better get used to it. Put your hand over your chin, scratch your beard and play with it and touch your face nervously. That's what liars often do. Your body language reveals far more than you understand, Jack. When somebody puts questions to you, I wanted to see how you would react to it. I came on there very friendly.
Fools make assumptions.
I did.
Yeah,
Anyway, I know where you're going to end up. You will be judged. Don't you worry about that. You will be. Your fate is sealed. You can pray all you want. Look at Bex doing the prayer hands. They do the prayer hands over there. And just like Talcott does prayer hands on his webcam. It's ridiculous. You wait and see when you find out. It's going to be glorious when they see what their God, their quote unquote God, actually looks like. It's the ugliest, filthiest, most vile, sickening, evil, demonic demon that
He has no
you
clue.
ever imagine.
No clue.
And they have no clue. And they've been
That's
warned
you.
and told. But
That's
their
you.
egos are so big, they think they know best.
That's you.
So be it. Fuck you. And stay in
That's
this hell
you.
realm forever and ever and ever. Go ahead.
I'm trying to understand you better, and I don't want to assume. But it
You've already
seems,
judged me.
well, it
Yes, you
seems
have.
like you're finding.
Stop rewinding it. Let it play.
I know, but
Until
you
recently.
see what you're doing?
He
You're
started
finding.
this. No. No.
Are you? Can I ask a question?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm trying to understand you better, and I don't want to assume. But it
You've already
seems,
judged me.
well, it
Yes, you
seems
have.
like you're finding excuses more than understanding. It seems like you're.
Understanding why somebody trolled me and then complains.
Oh my God. Manny, I can explain without you.
Go ahead.
Yo,
I have what?
I'm gonna bounce out, and
Jack.
I may be back, but blessings and sincerely, have fun with this life, man. Have fun with today. Celebrate the day.
There you go.
All right. Hey, peace to everyone, and don't forget to do the thumb thing. Much love.
Much love, Jack. Mr. JT, salutes. Much love. Our Paul in the building. Yeah, wild. Anyway, that's enough of fat boy crying. Right, that's enough of fat boy crying. Alright. Why are there so many crybabies? Right? Why are there so many crybabies? Everyone's crying. It's too many. Too many. What's going on in grand old chat room? What's going on? Who we got down there? Good stuff. Good folks. Oh, you're welcome anytime, man. My pleasure. I love getting under the skin of these trolls, these weirdos. It's crazy, and I don't even try. That's the thing. I don't even mean to do it. It just happens. I don't even mean to do it. Wild. Where was we yesterday? Oh yeah. Yesterday we was watching Mr. Dave, right? Dave on Dave, a bit of Dave on Dave action yesterday, right? Yeah, that was quite hilarious. I've been going for quite some bit. Let me follow that link down there just in case. Yeah, we was watching the Dave on Dave action, bit of Flatty versus Globey, alright. But one of the Dave was quite funny actually, so let's go and have a look and see what he's up to. Alright, he's trying to debunk Eric Dubai. Alright, let's have a look.
Some time since I've talked about flat earthers, even if they never stop talking about me. But although the self-proclaimed champions of flat earth change over time, most of their brainwashed flock still seem to bring up one particular guy as their messiah, and that's Eric Dubay. If you're not familiar with this buffoon, he's a pointless grifter and yoga teacher who took a garbage 19th century book by Sam Robotham called Zetetic Astronomy, Earth.
Zetetic astronomy. Do you know? What's happening, my man?
Hey, how are you?
I'm well, man. I'm good. Sir. How you doing?
Not too bad. Been busy. You know, we got a bit of a cold snap coming on, so getting out, getting stuff organised, getting the wood going, you know.
I feel you. Yeah. Gotta keep them bones warm.
Keep the bones warm. Yeah. So I watched a bit of your live yesterday, or afterwards this morning, actually.
Oh, nice.
I've probably been awake for about probably 4 hours, but yeah, interesting. Yeah, the arguments go, isn't it? Yeah, I know. I mean, my view of Earth has changed radically.
Oh yes. Okay, now we're talking.
So I mean, it's pretty hard to to be on the side of a ball Earth when there are. Well, the thing is, it's tricky. It's real tricky because a lot of the ball Earth type people, they kind of think they're on the outside of the ball, and a lot of flat earthers, they sort of like consider this plane to be just an ever ongoing, outward stretching foundation type thing. You know, like, I mean, if you want to go with the Bible, and, you know, like heaps of people do, talk about the Bible and the uses of how the Bible describes the earth. There's one in particular that I used to use when I was in the flat earth groups, and that was it is he that sits above the circle of the earth and uses the earth as his foot, or the circle of the world, and uses the earth of his footstool. Now, you know, I actually think it's in the King James Version, which you have and which I have, which says, he who sits above the circle of the earth. And it doesn't actually call it a ball, and it doesn't actually call it a flat plane. What it just calls it is a circle. And, I mean, we can relate a circle to a ball or just a flat dish. Yeah?
True.
So basically, both are correct when it says that he sits above a circle. Because the way I see it, the eye is a circle. The ball, globe, earth. I mean, I was talking to a mate the other day, just breaking off this and for a moment, but I was just talking to him the other day, and I said to him, you know, I mean, if you looked at the earth and you looked at it from above, if you could see it from above, he says, like NASA. I says, well, sort of like NASA. But then you can say, like, if you look at the eye and then you look at the earth from above, sort of like NASA, we can see this blue shape. And I mean, not everybody's eyes are blue, of course, but there are a lot of blue eyes in the world. And, you know, we can see that there is a roundish nature to this, like a circle. And so, you know, I said to him, you know, when the Bible says he sits above the circle of the earth, I can't deny that, you know, because to me it is a circle. You know, if you stand on the horizon, if you stand at the sea and look out to the horizon, it has a flattish nature about it. They call it horizontal, horizontal, but it also curves back, like our ocular vision circles, right? And so if you look to the left of your eye and your peripheral vision, you will see the earth coming back to your left. And if you look to the right, you see it coming back to your right-hand side. So that it kind of reveals itself as some kind of circular motion going on. You know, you stand on that horizon and you look to the left, the horizon is circling back around to the left. If you look to the right, it's circling round to the right. And horizon, well, horizon is horizontal. The word horizon has the word horizontal in it. Horizontal, to me, and a horizontal line is a line that runs flat like a contour line. It doesn't, it could have all the shapes in the world to it. It could duck and dive, in and out, in and out, in and out, in and out, but it will still be on the same line, a contour line. Now, I don't know if anybody ever does any thinking about this in relation to measures. We take in height and depth. I mean, you're a builder, right? You work with measurements. You can measure on a tape measure millimeters, even fractions of millimeters, and they're all taken from that horizontal plane, that line. And that's what I'm trying to to determine here, or show what I'm determining here, is that there is a circular contour line that defines heights and depth. Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
And that's all I can say about it.
There you go. Good stuff, Dino.
Interesting. How you guys doing, man? I just want to pop in and say hello, and I'm on the mend, and looks like I got a few more long weeks of a continuous IV drip, which, you know.
Yeah, bro, that's not good.
Yeah.
Are you back
man.
at home, though? Are you back at home now?
Yeah, man. Yeah.
That's the best part. That's the best part.
Yeah. I was not digging being in the hospital whatsoever. Not where I want to be. That's for sure. Yeah, I've been trying to catch up on a lot of streams, man, and it's like I slept for like a whole week, you know. When you don't know
You
you're
fucking
sick.
need it, bro. You need it. Oh, you strung out so badly before this came to, bro.
Yeah, but I guess being sober isn't good enough, man. I guess there's so much more to it, man. I think I'm going to start trying to smoke and partake in the 420 venture.
Jeez.
Oh, that would be awesome, bro. I'll have a puff with you.
I actually have some somewhere, and I never could partake because it was like it was so strong.
Too much in your head, bro. Too much in your head, eh? Yeah.
But I'm going to try to gradually, introduce that into my body. So hopefully it works out well. I mean, it seems to work out great for everybody else.
It takes time, bro. I think really, I had a break from smoking for a while because, there's so much gets in your head. Especially, like when I first joined Facebook and I started learning about what all the bullshit that's going on in the world, right? It got me so confounded and so confused. Probably mostly I was so mind boggled. And I found that by smoking, I had to give it up. I had to stop smoking it because I started getting too many anxiety attacks. I was getting anxious just about all the stuff I was learning, and it just culminated into my mind until it was just like a whole lot of misinformation that drove me nuts.
Yeah, complete overload.
Yeah, it's just complete overload, exactly. And I just had to. I felt like I just had to stop doing something that led me down that road, and I found that by smoking, I was constantly in overload, and so I just stopped smoking for a while, and that actually relieved that tension. Yeah.
Yeah, I can relate to that, Dean. As in, you know, uh, wanting to seek knowledge, and what ended up happening for myself. I can't speak for you, but maybe you can relate to this. But I found myself being introduced to, so many different people that I found had very interesting takes on, you know, uh, various different topics, and every one of them at the time were new to me, but it all clicked within, um, like it resonated with me. You know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah,
And
I do, and you just hit on something really important right there.
go ahead.
Is that like when we take on other people's opinions and words, and we take them as fact or truth without actually researching it. I think we take on too. Like I was listening to a podcast by I think he calls himself the Black Sheep, Paul,
Yeah,
and
Black
he was
Sheep.
and he yes, there you go. And he was talking about water and how we verbalize into the water,
Yeah,
and
semantics.
yes, and the memory in the water, because we know that water has memory, right?
How
And,
you love
and
it. Many things,
yeah,
You change its
and
whole
and
composition.
and so what I'm saying here too, Lonnie, is that maybe we're taking in other people's water when we're taking in these words, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll comment when you're done. Go ahead.
So I'm just saying this, just as a thought, I mean, I've been thinking about it, and maybe we're just taking in other people's water, and it's like it's dangerous to us because when it's not our water,
Yeah.
and we're flooding our water with poisoned water, which coming from other people's water, which they are poisoning with themselves, because we all poison our own water, right? With whatever we do and think.
Mm-hmm.
So
And to comment on that real
okay.
quick.
Yeah, okay.
So it's my understanding that, for one, I'm gonna say you are absolutely right. Two, that I don't have the answers, but I'll tell you
Well, I don't
what
have them either, bro. I'm not trying to say I
and
do.
what I've learned is this, that semantics, all that shit is very real, and it goes to prove and to show you and I and anyone else who cares to just look with their eyes, okay, that one, the power of the word is very real.
Yes.
Period. And I'll leave it at that.
Yeah.
Another thing is
Great.
this: the water that we have been consuming is not live. We have to consume live water, not and I don't know how to explain it.
Living waters.
There's a
Yes.
difference, just like alkaline water. We have to have that.
I know, but the thing is that I'm talking about talking the words, the water in our mouth. When we speak words, we speak words with water.
And that's why I left it at when I did, because I meant exactly what I was saying, that the power of the word is so strong, you can see it just by that prime example. You know what
There you
saying?
go. Yes, yeah, there you go. Because the
Right.
truth is in the word, right? If it's got lies in it, you'll see the lie. If it's got truth in it, you'll see the truth, right?
Right. Just like you can take two different plants and you can take this, 2 different cups of water, and you can yell and scream at one plant and yell and scream at the water and cuss the water. Be just mean to both the plant and the water, and give this plant that water, and then but over here you could tell the water how much you love it, and
There you go. That's
and
beautiful.
so on,
That's
and say
beautiful,
the
bro.
same to the plant. Okay, and the it's just amazing the complete difference between the two. It's actually horrifying. Um, but
It is horrifying when we think what we've been doing with it, yes, compared
right.
to what we're doing with it when we know what we're doing, right?
Mm-hmm. But
Mm.
we didn't always know.
I just want to say thank you very much. I just want to say thank you very much to Paul from his channel, Black Sheep. Because I really appreciated that, and I got a lot out of it, and I just wanted to say thank you to Paul for that. Yeah.
Good stuff. Let me quickly turn back
Yeah,
over
but
here.
that's all I had to say on that. I don't want to take up too much time on that. But yeah, I'm just I'm glad to be home, guys.
Good stuff.
Yeah, good to have you home, bro.
Yeah, I'm getting better.
Get
But
worried
go ahead and
about
continue, guys.
I made a video about this a couple of years ago, and I thought that it was a temporary curiosity, like some religious sects have a moment in the sun and then disappear. But the flat earther community seems to be growing. On the face of it, flat earth beliefs are completely bizarre. Most flat earthers think that the earth is a disk with a north pole in the middle and the south pole is a wall on the outside that keeps the water from escaping. They can't really agree on where the continents are or how many there are, or whether the south pole maybe extends all the way to infinity. So it's a flat earth multiverse theory, basically. Part of the reason people believe in this is just a lack of basic science education. Some of them think that if the earth was a globe, then water just run off on the south pole, pulled down by I wonder what. They also misunderstand how perspective works, how trigonometry works, how cameras work, and on it goes. It's not just a matter of misunderstanding. If you believe that the earth is flat, you also have to believe in a global conspiracy that's hiding the truth for no particular reason. For starters, you must believe that most of physics is wrong and physicists are just making things up. We're all part of a big conspiracy. Geophysicists, they're also on it. Astrophysicists, all liars. Everyone who's ever been involved in launching a rocket into space or putting a satellite into orbit is part of that conspiracy too. Moon landings didn't happen. The ISS, not in orbit. Every single photo that's ever been taken of Earth from space, fake. Sounds pretty crazy, doesn't it? But then lots of people also believe that an omniscient being keeps track of who they have sex with. A recent representative poll in North America found that 5% think the earth is flat and another 6% aren't quite sure. I'm not quite sure how many people lie in these polls, but there's no doubt that interest in flat earth ideas has spiked in the past decade, as you can see in the Google search trends. In 2009, the International Flat Earth Society set up a website. In 2013, part of its members set up a wiki and discussion forum. Around 2015, the topic started to appear on YouTube and spread from here. In 2017, the first Flat Earth conference took place, which attracted a lot of media attention. YouTube made big changes to its recommendation algorithm, and interest tapered somewhat off after that. But rather than just fading away, in recent years, interest in Flat Earth has been on the rise again. It's probably to no small part because of TikTok, which has now become a haven for flat earthers. Scientists don't take flat earthers seriously, and I can see where they're coming from, but I think it's a mistake. To me, flat earthers are the first symptom of a much bigger problem. They show us what
Damn flat earthers.
Understand modern science, don't trust them, therefore throw out even the most basic scientific knowledge on the rationale of skepticism. Flat earthers are somewhat extreme in that they're actually throwing out evidence that they could test themselves if they weren't so bad at science. But the underlying problem is much deeper, because in most of modern science, the average person can't test evidence for themselves. This is why I think it makes sense to identify the origin of this problem. And some scientists have actually studied. They found that the scientific literacy of flat earthers tends to be well below population average. And at the same time, they're much more confident of their scientific knowledge than the average person. On top of this,
It's crazy.
Hilarious.
Is she the girl that did the climate change thing? Yeah, it's gotta be her voice.
She's just going at the flat earthers, boy. She don't. I wonder who she's backed by. She must be backed by somebody.
Gotta be. It's gotta be.
Must be a NASA bird.
There's gotta be some propaganda in there somewhere.
Must be a NASA bird.
New widespread simply because, unfortunately, scientific knowledge isn't heritable. We're born without knowing anything of modern science. We have to learn everything. And the more sophisticated science becomes, the more learning that requires. Sometime in the middle of the 20th century or so, we reached a point where modern science just stopped being comprehensible to anyone without a special degree, and this is still the case. I don't really understand how CRISPR works. I've no idea what Teichmuller theory is. I don't know how phones work, and I yet have to figure out how to properly fertilize our lawn. There's just too much knowledge in the world to learn it all, and unfortunately, no one has yet developed a pill for quantum mechanics. But you don't actually need to learn any physics to see that the Earth isn't flat. Even leaving aside that it requires you to believe in this huge conspiracy, flat Earth ideas have a much bigger problem. Is that you can't do anything with them. You can't use them to do as much as predict sunset and sunrise, let alone tides or solar eclipses or the paths of planets. You can't calculate airplane routes or understand satellite navigation. Even if you know nothing about how scientists do calculate these things, it isn't hard to convince yourself that someone, somehow, did manage to actually calculate when the sun will rise and when solar eclipses will occur. And those were not the people who believe that the Earth is flat. Why do flat earthers not realize this? I suspect what's going on is that they don't have the faintest clue how modern science works. They might actually believe that drawing a rotating blob on a disk in Blender is the state of the art in physics. So what are we to do? There'll always be people who distrust scientists, and that might not even be a bad thing. But I think it's a mistake to ignore flat earthers. And I do have some sympathy for them. I really do. They're trying to figure out how nature works. And that's a good thing. We should just encourage them to get better at it. And then maybe one day they'll figure out that it's actually much easier to explain their observations if they stop believing that the Earth is flat. Another reason I think we should take flat earthers seriously is that a lack of science education is more of a societal failure than a personal one. Luckily, there's an easy way to grow your scientific background knowledge, which is on brilliant.org. I really like Brilliant's courses because they get to the point very quickly and help me to remember the key facts. All of Brilliant's courses come with interactive visualizations and follow-up questions. This gives you a feeling for what's going on, and it also lets you check whether you understood it right away. I even have my own course on Brilliant. It's a beginner's course for quantum physics. It explains
There you go.
It also covers the uncertainty principle and the theorem. And afterwards, you can continue learning more about your favorite topics in science, computer science, or maths. Whether that's special relativity or quantum computing, Brilliant has you covered. If you use our link,
See the little eye they had on the planet?
Brilliant has you covered. If you use our link, brilliant.org/the science or maths.
Did you see that? Yeah, just the IO, right? It's turned into the, and then gone into the
And it's on the fulcrum.
yeah, exactly. But the, how would you call it? The truncated pyramid. All right, this is a truncated pyramid. That's the ball on the top.
Computer science
See it? Boom, going right down into the hole now. Watch it.
or maths.
Gone.
Whether that's quantum computing, Brilliant has you covered. If you use our link brilliant.org/Sabine, you'll get to try out everything on Brilliant for 30 days for free, and you'll get 20% off the annual premium subscription. So go and check this out. Thanks for watching.
Cheers, love. But nah. You're all right.
Well, yeah, she's a bit of a. She's got a channel, eh?
Check me out.
Check me out. Yeah, come and check me out. Flick me some coin. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I wanted to carry on with the other guy from yesterday, the Dave guy. He was quite funny. Let me see what he was up to. He was trying to just bunk Eric Dubay.
Oh yeah.
Professor Dave.
Pardon?
He's just such a prick, though, to even listen to him for longer than 15 minutes. You're like, man.
Earth, not a globe, and shamelessly repackaged it for today's gullible masses with some crappy pamphlets and YouTube videos collectively entitled 200 Proofs Earth is Not a Spinning Ball. Despite having been debunked countless times, flat earthers somehow still reference this tool, so I thought it would be fun to go through all 200 of his so-called proofs and show how profoundly stupid they really are. Wouldn't that be fun? Now, in order to do this, showing clips from his videos would take way too long. Instead, I've downloaded his ridiculous ebook so I can simply show the text for each proof, quickly summarize, and then debunk it. That will keep the runtime down to something mildly reasonable, and then we also don't have to listen to his annoying voice. Although, if you're curious, this is what he sounds like.
And welcome back to Flat Earth and Other Hot Potatoes.
Oh.
And this guy has followers.
Oh shit.
The horizon is always flat. Any footage shows it to be flat, except for all the footage that shows it isn't flat, which of course is CGI, because he says so. In reality, all sufficiently high altitude footage shows the curvature of the horizon, whether it's the 24/7 live feed from the ISS, amateur weather balloon footage, or anything else, much of which entirely predates the existence of CGI. Once you get really high, you see it. Always. So this is a lie. Gee, do you think a lot of these will just be lies? Let's find out. 2. The horizon always rises to eye level. No matter how high you go, the horizon is always in the same place in your field of vision. Another lie. Enjoy these pictures that show the horizon below eye level, proving that this is a dumb lie. 3. Crazy water stuff. This is where flat earthers get their dumb catchphrase, water always finds its level. First, he has no clue what level means. It doesn't mean flat. It means perpendicular to the vector representing acceleration due to gravity, which points to the center of the Earth. Gravity is pulling everything to the center of the Earth, so level means perpendicular to that force, which essentially means any tangent line with respect to any point on Earth's surface. Oceans are level, even though they exhibit curvature, and this is how all the water molecules sit as close to the center of the Earth as geometrically possible. And second, his fantasy flat oceans can't even exist on his imaginary pizza land. Tides are. In his world, tides are just little hills of water moving around by magic. No flat water, even for Eric. Whoops. 4. Rivers only flow downhill. Yeah, including the Mississippi, which starts in Minnesota at an elevation of 1,475 feet and flows downhill the entire time all the way to the Gulf of Mexico at sea level. He just pulls this 11 miles thing out of his ass and doesn't even specify what he's talking about. 5. More with rivers, or really just more gibberish. If the Nile were to flow 1,000 miles with an elevation change of 1 foot, then it would do that no matter what the shape of the Earth. This is not an argument. No rivers flow uphill. He's just lying. He could cite specific locations and elevations, but he doesn't do that because he made it up. 6. More water gibberish. Again, he doesn't know what level means. It doesn't mean flat. Water molecules are not magic. They get pulled to the center of the earth by gravity just like everything else. Oceans exhibit curvature and are level. 7. Trains. He is pretending that train tracks can't handle even a millimeter of curvature. In reality, train tracks go over hills and mountains and run through valleys and conform to local geographical features that exhibit thousands of times more curvature than the curvature of the earth. So he's a moron who's never actually seen train tracks. Also, bridges are specifically built taking into account Earth's curvature. Long suspension bridges have towers that are not
No, they're
precisely
not.
parallel, and they are built knowing that they can't be precisely parallel because of Earth's curvature. Ask people who do this. 8. The Suez Canal. Again, he's pretending that large bodies of water are flat because he doesn't understand what elevation means. Boats go from one body of water to another, and all the water is level throughout. There's nothing parallel to anything, and there's nothing to talk about here. 9. Some engineer guy said a thing. A long quote that starts with zero context as to what he's referring to, pivots to train tracks and canals, which we just talked about, and specifies that train tracks don't have to account for Earth's curvature, which is utterly insignificant on the local scale, dramatically outweighed by local topographical features. Also, I can't find any evidence whatsoever of an engineer by this name ever having existed. 10. More trains. Random numbers with no math shown and continuing to pretend that train tracks can't handle anything other than flawlessly flat terrain. 11. Another fake engineer quote. You can tell because he's as dumb as a flat earther. Trains can only run on totally flat surfaces, except of course for the not at all flat surfaces like the inclines they traverse literally all the time, but very carefully, of course, as though the train has to tiptoe on those parts. And 8 inches over 1 mile is ridiculous. Impossible. Who could imagine such a thing? Insanity. 12. Wow, he's really sticking with the train thing and pretending these are somehow all separate proofs. Yeah, people who lay out train tracks don't think about the curvature of the earth because it's negligible and completely dwarfed by local topographical features. I'm already repeating myself for a third time, and we are only on number 12. Unreal. 13. We see too far. A deliberately vague description of a light on the summit of something, but we don't know what, somewhere in Spain, which was seen from what I can only assume he means is the island of Ibiza, specifically a place called Campri, which doesn't exist. He pretends the elevation is the same, even though he mentioned the summit of something but didn't say what. He lies about the distance, he lies about the amount of curvature, and of course this is anecdotal and probably made up anyway, since I find no mention of this experiment anywhere on the internet, including Arago's Wikipedia page, which is lengthy. 14. Another see too far, which of course is a fabricated event that offers zero specific information.
Hold on, I need that picture. One second. Got that.
Lies about the width of the channel and the amount of curvature there should be. Are you noticing a pattern yet? 15. Airplanes. Yes, that's right. Planes should magically be able to fly to outer space just by going in a straight line. That's exactly how physics works. You totally don't need to expend energy to counteract gravity. Throw a ball straight up into the air. That should go all the way up into space too. This is one of the absolute dumbest things flat earthers say because it's just them having no clue how planes work. When a plane is flying, gravity is pulling it down, but there is lift pushing the plane up due to air hitting the underside of the body and wings, which are specifically designed to maximize lift and keep it in the air. When these forces are equal, you have level flight, meaning constant altitude, and altitude conforms to the curvature of the earth. As the plane flies level, it follows the curvature of the earth. A toddler could understand this. You can't magically ascend elevation without exerting additional thrust. Also,
that's bullshit.
It
how
is.
How the hell can right? So he's saying all that force is pushing that plane down, right? But at the same time, the wind from underneath is pushing it up, right? I'm surprised those wings haven't snapped off in that.
Exactly.
Right? Then, what about those birds that bloody fly to south for the winter or whatever? But some of these things fly above the clouds, you know, and they got to fly high. Like gravity ain't pushing these things down; they're just flying. with their flappy wings, feathered wings.
It's funny that you
Aerodynamics. Yeah.
because I don't know if you guys have seen it or not. I forget where I've seen it, and it was like the past couple of days that they were talking about how these two jet fighters had used a barometric rather than sea level to gauge their uh, wherever their
So they're using a
how high they were
barometric
jumping down.
picture to get the
Right,
elevation.
they weren't supposed to drop down 1,000 feet, but yet they dropped down to 200 because they made a mistake and they used one measurement when they should have been using another one. And it was interesting. So I'm like, well, so you're using two different kinds of measurements to fly this multi-million-dollar plane, and you're 200 feet up from the ground, but nobody complained about it. But the Navy, I guess, wouldn't let these two pilots fly these planes ever again, and it was an honest mistake. So I kind of wonder where that plays a significant part in what he's speaking about right now.
Mm-hmm.
What's the difference between the two? If anybody knows, please inform us.
Mm-hmm.
But I do remember the barometric being said. So that's one of them. What's the other one? I'm not a pilot, so I don't know.
No.
Well, usually they use a gyroscope, don't they?
Right. Well, with the horizon, and yeah, yeah, but who knows, man? We'd have to speak to a pilot. That I mean, I'm sure that I thought for a long time that their fuel consumption and the way that they zigzag pattern and backtrack and do their layovers and shit uh, has always been kind of like, why do they do that? Why not just go straight there? And but they'll have these flights flying for an X amount of hours. You're like, well, how the fuck aren't they running out of fuel, man? So I'm kind of wondering if do they only use the fuel when they land and take off? Because once they're in the air, they're using an unknown.
They're using the jet stream. Those jet streams are everywhere up there. They're in the old days they called them what do you call it? Yeah, well, they've always called them jet streams, actually.
Right.
You know.
I'm wondering if they're also using the the energy source that's already here.
Yeah, they're using something that's already there. Yeah, same thing as the birds use, right?
Right, but they're charging all this money when it really doesn't cost that as much as they claim.
Oh yeah, of course. I mean, it's only our gullibility that fucking allows us to be taken by whatever, isn't it? You know.
Right. Yeah, it's just a lot of this stuff, man. It's right in front of our face, and it's been here for as long as we've been here, and we just didn't see it, man. It was so obvious.
But everybody takes advantage of things, you know. I mean, that's what a resource is. A resource. I mean, people make resources out of anything. And the person who sells the resource usually likes to keep the advantage. So you don't usually give out all the information on the
Right, you wouldn't
resource.
get that golden goose, that's for sure. But
So same with these bloody airline companies. You know, they're using the resources they've got to pull in money to pay for those resources, even if it's just knowing certain things that we don't know, right?
Right. Yeah, there's just, and I was speaking earlier about how small we truly are, man, and we were just London's definitely onto something. That's for damn sure. More so than other individuals, I've been looking at too. But there's a lot more to what he's presenting, and it makes sense, man. I mean, a lot of it
Well,
makes sense.
a lot of it brings more questions for me. I just get
Well,
questions and questions.
it does. And here's how I look at that. Once you can narrow it down, um, then you can start building on that. You know what I mean? And it looks like he's got it narrowed down to. We're a lot closer from what we were, put that way. Um, and then I've been hearing that we're on a dead body, not an eyeball, but a dead body. I'm like, well, that's definitely at a micro level, isn't it?
Well, especially if we're talking upper room, right? Upper room, and you know, bottom of the world, Australia, and you know.
Here's my thought. There's so many layers of this. You know what I mean when I'm saying that? That is it possible that we're jumping, always jumping? Not always at this micro level, but maybe, when we jump next time, it will be a little bigger, or we could possibly even smaller. You know what I'm saying?
I had an interesting conversation about this realm the other day with a person over in another town. I had to go over and see this person, and they had some friends there, and they said, "So what have you been up to lately?" And I said, "Oh, I've been watching this guy, London McLovin, on the YouTube." And they said, "Oh, yeah, so what's he talking about?" And I said, "Oh, well, he's saying that the Earth is, or the realm is like an eye, and if you look at it like the eye's got a big the lens, the cornea, and all these things. There's a lot of similarities between how we see the Earth, or how the Earth is shown to us, and the comparison to an eye." And he says, "Oh, yeah, can you explain that a bit more?" And I says, "Well, look, I'll tell you what, I can't really explain that a hell of a lot more, but what I can do is I can show you a couple of pictures of the realm." So I got my phone out and I was showing him a couple of pictures and that. And he said, "Oh, what's this picture over here?" And I says, "Oh, that's something else I'm following on Pine Interest at the moment." And he said, "What's that?" And I says, "Well, it's these balls. They're meant to be called, I call them stitching balls." And he says, "Also, so what's that about?" And I says, "Well, okay, well, look, I can explain this one a hell of a lot better than I can explain what I'm talking about with the eye." So I said, so there's a guy called Roger Spur, and he does Mud Fossil University. And so in this channel he's got going, he shows different like round balls, and how different, all these different sizes of them, and they're all fossilized. And the thing about them is that they're everywhere in the realm. They're if you want to dig into the earth, or you found a place
how big are they, Dean?
Well, they can range from so minute you can't even see them with the human eye, to so massively round that they could be as big as a bus.
I've seen these, and I know what you're talking about, the spheres, right?
Right. And so they got all these.
I've seen them in front of museums and shit, man.
Okay. And so, like, there's ones they call the ammonites, and people pop them open with a chisel. They split them down the middle, and you get these ammonites. And they're saying that these ammonites are some kind of ancient sea creature that's been fossilized in mud. But what Roger Spur shows is how these, in the skin, there's these things called stitching balls. And what happens is that when you've got, like, to give a skin the elasticity that it has, it needs to have memory in the skin to pull the skin back to where it was. And what does that is these little brown balls, which are called stitching balls. And they hold all the ligaments together. Now, what I'm trying to say with what he showed with the ammonite one is that when it's being stretched, that's like a coiled spring, and when it's stretched, it's pulled outwards. But as soon as that the tension comes off it, it recoils and comes back up like a coiled spring.
Right.
It's like a torsion bar, right?
Right.
It works on the same principle as a torsion bar. Now, he was showing that these round balls are all different sizes, and it actually shows how each tendon goes between each one of these balls, one to the other, and allows the stretch in the middle. And that shows how the elasticity of the skin works. And to me, I can see how all that works. So I was talking about this with a guy, and he says, so how does that relate to these balls? And I says, well, you're thinking along the lines of micro. You're thinking about yourself, and you can't see those balls in your skin because you can barely see the thickness of your own skin, let alone see the balls within it. But how about you look at this from a macro point of view? How about you imagine that there was a titan animal so friggin' large that the stitching balls that we see as microscopic in our own skin are the size of a bus? And he was blown away. He says, man, you put that so well, I can actually see what you're talking about.
It just, I always, you know what, I get stuck in my head is the '80s movie with Rick Moranis in it, the Honey, I Shrunk the Kids movie.
Yeah, I remember that one. Yep.
It keeps popping in my head every time we start talking about the macro thing. I'm thinking Rick Moranis, the '80s, and just, I don't know, man. I just keep thinking.
So I only use the stitching ball because I can see it as a way to relate micro to macro, right? And so we can understand also that there's nothing that's ever lived here has taken its body with it. You know, when we die, that's it. We leave the body behind, and whatever is an internal inside of us that we call spirit, soul, or whatever, just buggers off and leaves the body behind.
Mm-hmm.
Now, this earth is filled with bodies, literally filled with bodies. And some of them are so small that we don't even see them. But some of them could be and will be as macro as we can think of. So how macro can you make an animal in your own mind? Because we can microscopically see it with a bloody microscope. We can scope the bloody things down to so we can view them, right? We microscope them up so we can view them, and yet we can't imagine something so big that we could actually be standing on what was once a living thing.
I can.
You can? I can too.
Me too. I can too. And going back and looking at, like I said, somebody was speaking about it last week. I think it might have been Naga, and we were looking at the hieroglyph pictures that they've had in Egypt, and they show uh, a body underneath these individuals. You know what I mean? You know what I'm talking about? Where it shows shows them holding I want to say the ether up,
Yeah.
or whatever the case may be. And I don't know. I don't study
Not
that
in
type
Geb.
of
Not in
stuff.
Geb. That's not in Geb.
Right. Well, yeah, exactly. Yeah, it is. And I keep hearing different interpretations on what it's depicting. Um, it's not to say that everybody's wrong or anyone's right, but uh, I just wish we could get it right to where we would know for sure and trust in that. You know what I mean?
Well, you have to put. Yeah, I mean, I understand what you're saying here. You have to put trust in something, right?
Right.
And I mean, we've been taught to make something trustworthy or worth trusting. But I'm kind of making things like, like can we just view anything without any trust? And can we just view it with an open mind, an open question, so that we don't actually have a view on it?
I try to do that, just that, and not be so closed-minded off to where
Yeah,
I'm not open to the possibility of what London's going to say or you're going to say. You know what I mean? That I made
yeah,
up. Okay, is it
yeah. I
quite
mean,
possible that it exists?
like the conflict that I often find in having on panels is not feeling like the opinion. You can have an opinion without being judged by it, right? I see that. We saw that earlier, in what Adrian was showing with the earlier person who's
Oh yeah,
he's got
Dave.
this Dave, and these other people have got these that confirmed ideas in their mind, and they won't deviate from them. They won't allow anybody else's opinion to shift their narrative, right?
That's a big problem. That's
Mm.
one of the biggest problems there is right now. People are just closed minded off. They can't. Sometimes you can't see the forest for the trees. You know what I mean?
That's a fact. Yeah.
I mean, that's the easiest way I could put it. And
Mhm.
it's sad, man, but it's a lot of times it's the case. I dare
Well,
not
the
talk
thing
to
is,
anybody I know about any of this shit because
I feel like it's questions, Lonnie. It's if you shut down the questions and say that you have got all the answers, then you closed yourself off, right?
right.
If you have a lot of questions, that means you're still open, right? You're still looking for
Absolutely.
answers, bro. You know?
Absolutely. And see, that's why people like you and I in London and everyone else that we run across, we are where we're at for a reason. Uh, to be aligned with like-minded individuals, but we always get the Stephanies and all that come in, creators of chaos, and disrupt that flow and cause delay.
Yeah. And I know we're just going to keep on getting there until people change, and it's people that's got to change their inner. that's going to make the outer right, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, and a lot of people think just because we're held up, and I say we, I'm just basically speaking of humanity in a whole, that the good part of humanity, and I'm speaking about the ones that care, the ones that want to take our realm back, or whatever the hell you want to call this place.
Well,
We
I
just
did a
want
fair bit.
it
I did
better.
a fair bit of finger pointing earlier when I was in bloody chat. Pointing fingers at Stephen because he's pointing fingers at everyone else. Just giving him back what he gives out. But I mean, really, I'm
We don't have
just
to do any of that.
I'm just as much to blame.
Me too.
In that same shit because I'm pointing my finger, right? Yeah.
Yeah, but it takes a real man to admit when he's wrong. Okay, uh, I've been wrong most of my life, man, and I've paid for it. But I'm tired of being wrong. Now that I'm
Yeah.
aware, I strive to be a better me and a better version of me each day passing.
Yeah. It's a conscious act, isn't it? It's a conscious act to me. You get up in the morning. If you consciously have to stick to a regime if you want to improve your health.
Yeah, I agree.
So it's a conscious act to me, and a lot of our lives are spent in unconsciousness. We do things unconsciously. We get up with the same biorhythms and do the same things every day. And it's conditioning.
Yeah.
But it takes real mind intention to get up in the morning and say, right, I'm going to plan this. I'm going to do what I've planned to do.
Even when it's a struggle.
Even when it's a struggle, exactly. Yep.
Yeah, I find it hard sometimes, man. Very challenging. But I've been doing this shit my whole life, man. I've always been a one-armed man trying to win a clapping contest. I mean, not literally, but you know what I mean? It's never been a level playing field for me, man. Ever. Yeah, I've been swimming up that river that flows.
Upstream run. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Unfortunately. But you know what? I'm still fucking here.
Well, I said that to myself yesterday. Because I'm, people say, "Oh, you're getting older," and so and the fucking hell, Lonnie, the fucking truth of it is, I am. Dang it, I don't want to fucking admit it sometimes. I'm a stubborn asshole of a bastard when I get
for good reason
going. But the thing is that you are now. I am now being faced with certain things that my body say. Oh well, your body doesn't assimilate that anymore because you're aging. Oh shit! What do I do about that?
Be proactive.
So I have to be more active, exactly. And the other thing is that there are certain parts like what they call it. There's parts in my body don't make these things anymore because of age, apparently. When you're aging. When you're aging, you're not producing stem cells that regrow vision, that regrow skin, that regrow different parts of your body. Stem cell growth is something you find in babies that's really on the rise. It's going hard out. But you take those same stem cells in an older person, and they're not being replaced, not being repaired. What's the point? What's happening there?
Right. I just faced that same challenge, finding out that while I was in the hospital, my potassium was low. I've never had a vitamin deficiency in my life, man. My potassium was low. My vitamin C was low. My iron was low. They said I was anemic. I mean, what? I'm looking at them like they're crazy.
Yeah. Because
I'm like,
these are
what?
all the things that we don't even think about on our daily basis, right?
Yeah.
They're just unconscious act. Is the stem cell replacing itself? It's just an unconscious act that goes on in the body, and then one day, hello, it's not happening. What do you do then?
Not only that, Dean, these vessels are changing on the inside.
Well, of course, they're changing from the day we're born until the day we pass over. That can constantly changing. Nothing stays the same.
Right.
Uh,
Well, they say every 7 years, the body, pretty much every cell in the body dies. So what we have every
and the
7
stem
years is
cell
basically
and
a
the
new
stem cell
person.
replacement. Yeah, and the stem cell replacement takes over and replaces it all every 7 years, right? But then suddenly that stem cell production starts slowing down and even comes to a stop in some people, right?
Yeah.
So that's coming from our diet, from what we ingest, even from what we think about, right?
You are what you eat.
Or what you ingest verbally too.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you are what you eat.
That's a fact.
The mirror effect.
Mirror effect.
Anyway, thanks very much for having me up. I'm going to drop down and jump back in the chat.
I'm gonna do the
And
same
go
thing. That way you can get somebody else up here. It's always a pleasure, man.
Yeah, thanks very much for having me up. And thanks. Awesome talking to you, Lonnie. And much love to everyone. Big ups to you all. Take care and have a lovely day.
All right,
Bye for now.
Cheers, Dino.
Yeah, I'm gonna be listening, London. I'm gonna sit here and do some exercising with the guitar, get my hand working again.
Yeah.
So
Good stuff. I mean, I don't even plan on going on for too long anyway, because I've got to
I'm
take my
surprised I
son
can
to
play at all now, though.
soccer practice in the morning. So yeah, I got to get an early one, to be honest. And plus, I'm hoping tomorrow on my main channel the curse has been lifted, so I can go live and
Yeah,
show you
that'd
some
be
good
cool.
stuff over there. So yeah.
It's my new guitar.
Oh, nice. Nice. You jamming.
And I'll get better, but not bad for a guy just had to teach himself how to play all over again, man. Using drop D and C, but it's working.
So you got to take it easy,
Everybody in
though.
chat, much love, and I think I'm gonna go get me some lunch.
Yeah, man, you do that, bro.
I'm gonna be
Get some
listening,
food.
man. Thanks for having me again, brother.
No doubt. Much love. Thanks for joining.
Yeah, anytime, man. I'll
Mm-hmm.
talk to you guys later. Bye, man.
One love. There you go. Good stuff. It's good to have a chat with the boys, It's good to have a chat with the boys. Got the girls down there. What's happening, girls? What's happening, girls? Who's down there? CC in the building. Somewhere in time. We've got both gens in the building. Wicked. Good stuff. 313. Who else we got down there? Good stuff. Yeah, man. Got the lovely ladies in the building. Got the gentleman down there. Yeah, good stuff. Yeah, like I said, man, tomorrow, hopefully, the curse has been lifted. I show you it in plain sight, right? Plain sight. I'm thinking Chief may have got the days mixed up. Hopefully, he got the days mixed up. That's why he didn't show up today. I'm not sure if Machine was busy today, but had a few things I wanted to go over, but we can leave that for tomorrow. We can leave that for tomorrow. Definitely. Yeah, I hope everybody's well. Hope everybody is well. How are we going to do this? How are we going to do this? Oh, shit. There you go. Brothers in the building. My little smart brothers in the building. Cheese. My little smart brother. Cheese. Go on. Say no more. Take your time there. Take your time. We're gonna vibe out. We're gonna play two music while I wait for my boy. Oh shit, gang's turning up, yo. Oh shit, gang's turning off and shit. What's going on, man? Mic check, you muted just to let you know. I think you are.
Hello.
Hello.
Surprise, it's Mimsy Limbs.
What's happening, Mims?
Yeah, honestly, I wasn't entirely sure what I was popping into, but hi, how you doing?
I'm good, man. I'm good. I'm chilled. I'm chilled. Do you know what? I was just putting it out there, hoping that Machine or my other guest would turn up. I was about to clock off, and then look, boom, Machine turn it up, and yourself turn it up.
I tell you, God is good, man.
Mm.
Yeah, my love will be here shortly. He is otherwise busy, but what do you got going on?
Good stuff. Well, to be honest, I wanted to go over something that Machine played to us the other day on my channel, and he may have played it on his channel before, but there were some things in it that I noticed, and something that I've came across on my journey trying to understand what's going on has come to my attention as well. So I want to combine both of our things together today and see what we can come about, see what will come about it.
Oh my God, the suspense, I tell you.
Mm-hmm.
How exciting to be on an adventure and then need to make inquiries and you have somebody to talk to about it. That's really cool. Not a lot of people get that opportunity. Some people just have questions and they're like, I don't even know where to go with it.
That's a fact.
Life coming.
So one more time, what did you say that last bit?
I said, is TML gonna come?
I think he said 5 minutes. Oh, unless I got to hop off. No, I got time for you, bro. I got time for you. We can make time, man. Come on. Happy that you're here now, to be honest.
Hooray.
Because, like I said, we can do this, and then plus tomorrow, I'm still going live on my main channel to cover something. So this will be a little segue. We can start off here, and then tomorrow we've got a platform again. Foundation. Pick up where we left off. But yeah, I'm interested. But how have you been, man? How are the children and the family?
Oh, we're fantastic. I'm busy. I have a lot of things happening. I'm always busy. I have a lot of shit happening, But otherwise, it's fantastic.
Yeah, I hear that. I hear that. Fantastic. That's what I see. That's what I like to hear. That's what I like to hear. That's what I like to hear. Salute to that.
Yeah, and in perspective, if you have your perspective in check, all in all, it's all good. So.
It's a fact. Perspective in check. It's all good. It's all good. Definitely. Definitely. I need to get a drink. Give me 2 seconds. I was gonna put on a music. That's what I was gonna do. Where's it gone? God, where did it go? What's in the captions? Oh yeah, this is a little something until the boys get here, right? 4:20, little music interlude while we wait for Machine to jump up and Rants to free up.
All right. I did. Yeah, used to treat my mattress like the ATM. Yeah, bond number 9, that my favorite scent. Yeah, can't forget the kush, I'm talking OG. Yeah, rest in peace to Pop, he was an OG. Oh yeah, 285, I had that pack on me. I cannot forget I had that strap on me. Yeah, rest in peace to my nigga dog. All we ever wanna do is ball. That was the easy part. We playing that Weezy hard. We sit in the kitchen late. I'm trying to make an escape, trying to make me a meal, so I'ma keep me a plate. I told Shawty can leave, so I'ma keep me a rake, so I'ma keep me a rake. My jewelry look like a lake. Today I'm in the Maybach, and the car came with some drapes. You know I look like a safe. I put you back in your place. I look you right in your face. Sing to your bitch like I'm Drake. Yeah.
Good drink, big nuts, good drugs. I put a 4 on the rocks. Drop top, no hot box. 12 try to put me over, pink slips to the cop. She said that might give a this face. Put a dick in a real case. 12 south with the Kente. Diamonds clear like Bombay. Take your babies, no Harambe. Play with keys like Dr. 3K like Andre. Yeah, your girl call her Comfrey. Yo, trunk in the front, well check this out, my top in the trunk. You play with my money, then check this out, your pop in the trunk. $3 million a month, but I just did 3 years on the bump. Oh, you in a slump? I'm headed to Oakland like Kevin Durant. What is your point? Square with the stamp for Kevin Durant. Lay on my trout, play with my cap and I knock off your hat. I'm taking the cheese and killing the rest. Gucci but call me the cat with the rat. I'm swerving, but I'm in back of the bag. I'm Persian, man, I got help from my rat. I'm serving, I paid a bird for that. He nervous, ain't got no word for that. He heard him on all of his
My
verses
brother.
back. He missing his cereal with Percocet. She perfect and she got perky breasts. I just want some of that turkey neck. Trapper of the year, I'm from Boulder, Chris. You snitch of the year cause you
Starting my guys. How we doing?
Pretty good.
Fall rocks. Good stuff, man. Good stuff. Glad you could make it over, man.
Hello? Yo, yo, yo.
Yo.
What's happening, Rance?
Yo, what the fuck is up, dogs?
How we doing? How we doing, my guy?
Yo, I'm fucking tired, bro.
Dave, I feel you.
I've been fucking jackhammering courts all fucking day, bro.
Yeah.
So, like, I live in the Ozarks, and I'm digging a bunker. You know what I mean? And so, like, I got 3 feet down, and we just hit straight up quartz. The whole fucking shit is just quartz. Solid fucking quartz. So now I'm sitting here blasting through fucking quartz with a jackhammer. I broke one jackhammer bit already. And my kids got buckets of fucking quartz, and they're like jumping up and down, bro. We hit the gems, you know what I mean? Which also means my bunker is going to be fucking amazing. It's going to be like a quartz bunker. You know what I mean? So that'll be all right. Once I drill it all out, bro, it'll be dope, bro. I'll be all meditating in the middle of a giant-ass quartz bunker, bro.
Quartz bunker.
Fortress of Solitude, isn't that what it is?
Right.
Yo, the weather weapons are getting fucking crazy, and so I really need a bunker, for the tornadoes.
For the tornado.
Yeah, I hear that. There's been lots of strange storms popping up for sure,
Yo, Tennessee just passed a fucking bill, bro, where they banned chemtrails, and they don't have no more chemtrails in Tennessee. Like, they have clear skies. Yeah.
That's good news for Tennessee.
Yeah, but it also means that it's real. You know what I mean? Like, all the motherfuckers that said there was no chemtrails, go look in fucking Tennessee now, bro. And you see the difference in the sky. What happened? Their planes just stopped making fucking contrails that they were claiming it was? It just stopped happening? No. They stopped using chemtrails. There's a weather modification program that's been fucking in place with every world government has been doing their own shit for like the last fucking 30 years, bro. This ain't new shit. They just ramped it up. You know what I mean?
Nothing new. Nothing's new about it. I mean, even to the point, right, where even when I think of light, because
it's on another level right now, bro.
I used to think of light as something magnificent, right? But when I even look at light, it's like light only exists with man's interference to some degree, right? So even when I look at things like the aurora boreal, I think, is that man's doing as well?
I mean, it depends. You know what I mean?
Like with technology, machinery, is that some type of machinery we're not seeing?
So there's definitely technology that causes visual anomalies in the motherfucking stratosphere, the ionosphere, where they're sitting there like ionizing the gas, causing it to basically fucking, you know what I mean, turn into plasma, which is gonna cause it to have light. You know what I mean? But that's not the biggest problem, I mean, like, it used to be like they only had fucking certain shit in like the things you had to agree to, right? But now, like, any random product, bro, they've been testing soda, like random Pepsis and shit, bro, have been found to contain all kinds of nano fucking tech currently. So, like, if you're eating any products, right, it's over. Like, they it's fucking done deal, bro. We're all getting straight up nanoed, bro. Like, where it says in the Bible, like, they gonna force the mark on motherfuckers. You know what I mean? Like, this is what it is.
Hey, since
Like,
you mentioned the Bible,
the mark is the carbon fucking nanostructure, bro. It's the hexagon structure of the carbon nanotubes and shit. You know what I mean? It's the graphene oxide, bro. That's the 666. And so they're merging right now, like it straight up, the prophets told you, bro, they're going to mix motherfucking iron with miry clay. And we're made out of clay, right? With the breath of life breathed into it, they're going to mix motherfucking, you know what I mean, a metal, right? An iron with the clay. But it's a graphene. You know what I mean? So you can consider it like a metal.
I mean, it's got the tensile strength of beyond fucking steel. You know, but it's really just straight carbon. It's single atomic carbon, and it's the way that it's designed.
Hey, tell me this, right? You see, like how you just described that, like on this level, right?
Yeah.
Imagine that being like on a macro level. It's almost like they're designing a type of android, right?
No, it's like, look, they've got programmable matter, right? So if they can get this programmable matter and scatter it all over the fucking place, right? They could then use the programmable matter to form a giant ass network of shit that communicates and relays data, you know what I mean, in relation to its position and like temperature and other shit, you know what I mean? And so they could map like the world, right? And they could also start to invade like the biological organisms, right? With this technology, and you're gonna start to see like weird shit happening, like, you know, zombie deers and shit, because they're gonna be fucking with stuff, and it's all in unison with the frequency towers. They work together. And I mean, you know, if you say the wrong shit, you know, they're probably gonna kill all of us that are on the internet out here talking the real shit. They're gonna eventually just start smoking us with fucking radiation lasers that you can't even see. You know, and then they're gonna basically restart this motherfucker. And because, yeah, there's too much information out there, you got to realize that. And every time that we found in history, in the recent history of what we know, and not the bullshit history that they've told us, is that whenever the civilization gets too fucking advanced, they do some crazy shit and basically wipe out a large portion of the world. And then they keep the people who they could still convince. Like right now, they're doing a replacement in America because the people in America have had internet and fucking convenient living, right, for a long time, and they've figured out a lot of shit. So they need to get rid of them and replace them with people who have not had as much free time to sit there and research and figure out what the fuck's going on, and didn't grow up in America with our version of the lie that fell apart. And so now they can give them a new version of the lie, but they have to get rid of the old people. You know? And I mean, this was all thought out like a long time ago, before the World War One. You know what I mean? Like Albert Pike specifically spoke of this. Like they're at one point they're gonna have to get rid of the, you know what I mean, the white people, Christians in America, and like replace them with people that they could, you know, utilize to form this one world government shit. So
But even that was in the plans. The World War One, World War Two.
yeah, 3 wars to take over the world, you know? It's crazy because this shit's all really a continuation of Rome. Like, it goes all the way back to Rome. And then you look into, like, where did Rome come from, right? Originally. Rome originally came from, basically, they say that it was some motherfucking demigod, right? That founded it with his brother, these twins, Romulus and Remus, fed off the teat of a she-wolf. But they're saying that their parents was essentially like fallen angels. So these was Nephilim, right? That founded Rome, right? Because you got to realize some of the Nephilim was left over after the flood. God left them here to deceive mankind. And so they had the knowledge of the mystery and the occult religion, and they perpetrated this shit, right, in Rome. And basically, like, you know what I mean? The Greeks got the same exact pantheon, right? The Greeks had the original shit that went through Egypt and back through to Rome. You know what I mean? So, like, Rome lost it at one point.
You know, it's one like that as well, because even that, right, when I was even doing some research in etymology, that Romulus guy, the brother, he's the son of Mars as well.
Yeah, so look, when you look into the Greek pantheon, right, the god of fucking like Ares, right, is the equivalent to Mars in Roman pantheon. Like, it's the same pantheon. You feel me? Like, even the way that like we do a democracy, like that comes from Greek, but it came through Rome. Like, they are the same exact thing essentially. After they branched out and separated, became separate things. Like, Greek people now are different. But like, originally, if you look into like where Plato goes to Egypt and talks to Solon goes to Egypt, and we get that through Plato, that he speaks to the high priest in the Egyptian temples. They're telling him basically, look, the Aryans were the survivors of the antediluvian race, and they built up these fucking cities, and then they got wiped out. There was another reset. Like, we're talking a reset and then a reset, right? And now you got human beings establishing society, right? So now you got Rome popping up on the scene, getting their shit, the Aryan shit, through the Greeks, right? Who re-got it through the Egyptians when they were saying it was originally the Greeks. And the Romans go by the phoenix, the purple, the royal purple, right? The Phoenicians, the Vikings, these are all the same people. The Vikings were essentially like Roman mercenaries. They were the same thing as the Romans, except they didn't have to abide by Christian rules. But at one point, they actually become Christian, and they still do Viking shit. You see, because Rome was still up on their high horse in the papacy and shit at that point, where they were trying to be holier than thou, right? That they couldn't be seen doing all kinds of crazy shit. So they had worked out things with fucking Islam and the Vikings. The Vikings were a continuation of Rome and the Phoenicians and the Phoenix. You know what I mean? It's the same people. These are the Jews. It's all the same fucking people. They just keep changing their name to obfuscate who the fuck they really are. And it all stems from the Aryans. That's what it is. The Aryans, the descendants of the gods, the Nephilim, and their descendants.
Do you know much about anything about the Druids?
Yeah. I know all about the Celtic ritual where the fucking priest goes across the river with the sickle and fucking, you know what I
Say
mean?
no more. We're gonna get into that soon.
Green Man, bro. I know all about it.
All right, good stuff. Good stuff. I'm gonna need that. But okay, check me out, right? Because ideally, I wanted to talk about kind of like Jesus today, right? But in the sense of the lens. Are you familiar with the lens and the cross?
The what?
The lens and the cross.
What lens?
Okay, say no more. Say no more. Leave that right there. Machine, do you remember that video you played last time? And I was pointing at some stuff with the UFO, the lens, and the eye, and the cross, and all that stuff.
Yeah, for sure.
Good stuff. We're gonna need that soon, right? But in the meantime, I want you guys to have a look at something real quick. Where is it gone? Because, like I've been saying, right, I think well, to the majority of us, the way how I've already described the realm in heaven and earth and hell, right? So the cross is in heaven, right? The cross is in the eye, the lens, where heaven would be. And that's where they tie Jesus in with the cross, right? So when they speak about Jesus, Jesus is the cross, meaning the lens, right? So I want to get into that now with you guys.
Good morning. Let's turn to 1 Corinthians chapter 2 and just take that line, Christ crucified. Christ crucified. Lord, we pray as we turn now to your word that you may turn your attention to us, that we may see you, that we may know you, that we may hear you, and that we may live in the light and energy of that revelation. In Jesus' name, amen. Amen. Let me just share the screen and I'll show you what I have in mind. So the chapter, 1 Corinthians chapter 2, begins with that famous line, I decided, that's very important, I decided to know nothing among you, you people who live in Corinth, except Jesus Christ and him crucified. And at the end of the chapter, he declares, we have the mind of Christ. And they're like bookends. And between them, they're both talking about what we see and what we know and what we understand with the mind of Christ. I'm going to think in a Jesus-shaped way. So Paul has this habit of, whenever he mentions the cross, of linking it with the terminology of seeing, knowing, changing the mind, and transformation. And he speaks of the cross in order to speak about what can be understood in the world, in reality. It's a little bit like, I don't know if you've ever experienced this, sitting in the optician's chair, and the optician is doing that little trick with the lenses, and he says, now it's all going to go blurry now, and then it all is going to swivel it around and it all comes clear, and everything comes into focus when you've got the right lens to look through. Imagine that. Even if you don't wear glasses, imagine the whole world coming into focus because you've got the right way of looking at it.
That's one clue, right? So the whole world, the lens, right? You see where he's going with it.
The right lens. And that lens is popped in. And now I can see for real. So what we're talking about here is looking at reality, looking at the world through the lens of the crucified one. I decided, I understood, I felt led by the Spirit. I finally got to the point. I decided to know nothing among you except Christ and him crucified. Now that phrase, Christ crucified, it means the lens. It's shorthand for the event, the cross, that acts as a way of understanding everything. Christ crucified is the small piece of glass between Paul and the world he's perceiving.
There you go.
Think of what's happening.
You following me?
Your boy just threw up a 666, dog.
Of course. He's showing you where the terminology comes from, where it comes from. Through the eye people, the doctors, it's all in the game. It's all in the eye game. Right? The lens, like I've been saying. Even the phrases that they're using in the Bible, I wasn't aware these things were in the Bible, but even the Bible has little gems in it from time to time, and it kind of correlates with my hypothesis, what's going on. So
yeah, the Bible is nothing but gems. You know what I mean? Like honestly, bro, you'd be hard to find more not gems than gems in the Bible. Even though it's been corrupted, it's a great collection of really deep shit.
it is. You just got to know what they're talking about, and now I know they're talking about the body to a degree, right? I know what to look for. I know what I'm looking for when they're using certain words. But yeah, let's keep going.
What's happening already in 1 Corinthians chapter 1 and chapter 2? He's writing to a church that he has nursed into being, and now it is beginning to fragment. And he came to it and taught. He gave his blood to it, you might say, and now it's splitting up into us and them, and they're in bits. I've heard from the house of Chloe. Some of you follow Apollos, some of you follow Cephas, some of you follow Paul. Some say, oh, we don't want human leaders, we just want Christ. He said, but you're all one body of Christ together. And lots of the letter is to do with that same point. So he says, so how do I get you to understand how important unity is? Okay, I want you to look at it through the lens of Christ crucified. And he says, when I came to you, I decided to put wisdom to one side. That's very strange, isn't it? I decided to put power to one side. I came to you in weakness and trembling. I didn't come to you in human intellect or human power. I decided to know nothing except the cross of Christ and him crucified. So The event of Jesus on the cross forms the way that you understand church unity, church leadership, power, wisdom. It's just total paradox, isn't it? It's just something that is so difficult to understand. It's Christ crucified is shorthand for the lens that brings into focus what God has revealed through the
The
Spirit.
lens.
Verse 10.
Oh man, that feels so beautiful to hear. That's music to my ears. That's music to my ears. It's more confirmation. That's more confirmation for me. That's brilliant.
And it's not what Paul sees, but it's how he sees. It's the lens.
Lens.
When I was with you, everything he knew, he said, I wanted to take it through the lens of the cross. He says the lens of the cross is the way that you understand the Bible. You know, he's saying the Jewish scriptures. The lens of the cross is how you understand wisdom. It is not the way the world sees things. The way, when I look at the cross, it helps me understand the status of various people in your community, like me and Apollos and Cephas. The cross enables me to understand our role. We have to see these things through the cross. That your conflicts, your questions about leaders, your questions about worship, and later on your questions about spiritual gifts, about table fellowship, about the resurrection, everything comes through this filter. So what does that mean? What do you think? Pause and have a chat and just try it. You see, it's very, very.
Everything comes through this filter. That's all. That almost sounds like almost like the great attractor, right? Sucking in light. It's coming in through like a filter in it. Lens, how they show you with lensing, how the light focals to one point when it bring. Yeah, it sounds like a lot like lensing or the great attractor, some type of something to do with optical stuff. That's what that sounds
Very
like.
much like the Beatitudes. It's like saying down is up, weakness is strength, apparent foolishness is true wisdom, defeat is victory, execution and death is life and resurrection. Everything that you thought you knew has been turned upside down. How? By the cross. Do you see how radical and revolutionary it was for people to start to inscribe, as they did in first century Pompeii, on the walls before the volcano erupted, graffiti about Christianity, to inscribe the cross or the fish, and it's like saying at the center of this change in my life is the life and death and resurrection of an executed criminal in first century Palestine. That's where I stake my trust. It just sounded so crazy. The whole business of Judaism, Paul is saying in the first century, is only explicable through the cross of Christ. We understand the words of the prophet. We understand the kingship of David and his heirs. We understand the priesthood and the high priesthood, the sacrifice system, the covenant system. The whole of the scriptures only find their focus in one place. It is in the apparent foolishness of God that is really wisdom. It is in the apparent defeat of God, which is really victory. It is in the apparent smallness of the incarnation, which is really the enormity of resurrection, of transformation, of the possibility of change. He says, you have to see things this way. You have to let your whole life come into focus through the cross. I decided to know nothing except Christ and him crucified. Amen. Do you see it? Do you see it? And where does it bring us? How does that change the way that we live? Well, I have to think of the life of Jesus. I have to think of how he came to the cross. And it means self-giving. It means self-emptying. It means a new way of being alive. Love that culminated in Christ giving his life, and not giving his life for righteous people, which Greeks and other hero worshippers can understand, but for everybody, for the ungodly. At the right time, Christ died for the ungodly. And this foolishness is the beginning of the new creation, in which the old ways of defining yourself as Jew or Greek, as strong or weak, as wise or foolish, no longer describe the real world. Everything old has passed away. Behold, everything has become new. 2 Corinthians chapter 5, verse 17. And Paul is bringing that same revolution in thinking into the discussion about church splits, about loyalty to certain leaders. Because he's saying, do you see that you no longer have any status to defend? We have the mind of Christ, and the mind of Christ is the mind of self-giving love. And it's very hard to throw stones when you're washing feet. Amen. And Jesus said, this is what I want you to do. Go and do likewise. Go and serve one another in love. So what then is Paul? What is Apollos? Servants through whom you came to believe, as the Lord assigned work to each. So what's the worst that can happen? That, says Paul, that I'm going to lose the popularity contest? No, we're all servants. And so he says in Galatians even more explicitly, may I never boast of anything except the cross of our Lord Jesus Christ, by which the world has been crucified to me and I to the world. Lord, we pray that we may decide to know nothing except Christ and him crucified, that you may overturn our regular secular ways of thinking and challenge us with seeing things from your perspective, that we may learn to see for real. In Jesus' name, amen. Amen. May God bless you through his word today.
Well, that's the cross, lens, Jesus, all of that stuff. Okay. Interesting. You know, it was pretty wild, right? He said something about crucifying the world, right? That made me think of Full Metal Alchemist, right? As a part where a whole city gets like crucified, all their sins just fly out of them. That made me think of that shit. You know, if there is a lens and there is a cross within the lens, right? It's almost like that. Are we in the parameter to get crucified? X marks the spot. Wild shit. But yeah, I wasn't aware they was talking that stuff within the Bibles. I wasn't aware of that. The letter.
Yo, it's a magical book, bro. You gotta read it again.
Yeah, I was not aware. So many gems in that.
I mean, your name is KJV, bro.
There you go.
Yeah, it's funny because Because it's like they were saying, all roads, lead to Rome, and in Rome, all roads really lead to St. Paul. In his vision at Damascus, and how this vision was a personal vision he had of Jesus, and how it's about personal transformation, but also about collective salvation. So Paul, St. Paul is the one who really brought in or merged Greek and Roman philosophy with the Jewish teaching, you know. So that's basically those two sides of how the whole thing comes together. It's about Israel, but also about the Greek philosophy, right? That's the two things that the Kabbalah is really based on. So you really couldn't have had it without his language of transformation and throughout the from inside out, and how he says basically up is down, good is bad. What is wisdom to us is foolishness to the world. And this whole idea, is one of the ideas that I was talking about on my show that Nietzsche called the revaluation of values.
Revaluation of values.
Yeah, that he was the first to accomplish the transvaluation of all values. That he actually succeeded in making poor good and making basically suffering good, and all of these things,
What's this?
It's pretty bugged out. You know what I mean? There's so many things happening all at the same time. To really say this is what it is or that's what it is to like limit it. You know what I mean? It's a lot of shit going on. But here's one thing's for certain, right? It has been a centerpiece of argument throughout all human history that we know of since it happened. You know what I mean? That in itself forces you to look on the event and reflect on it.
Well, definitely.
You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of other events that led up to it. You could form all different kinds of interpretations as to what it's really saying. And most of those interpretations are not bad things. You know what I'm saying? All of those interpretations produce some type of good or goodness if done correctly. There's lots of corruption. But what I mean? That's not a corruption in the teachings or the ideas. It's a corruption in human. You know what I mean? Which is what you'll find corruption in human beings in everything. Mm-hmm. And I mean, there's systematic corruption in all things also. So systematic corruption that's been orchestrated by a fucking ancient being, you know what I mean, that we can refer to as Lucifer, that's kind of the problem. Organized corruption.
What, when people tied it to Lucifer, did you say?
Yeah, it's like all corruption has been organized, and all goodness seems to be pit against each other. So anyone that would go out to seek good, right, is going to be pit against someone else that's good. It's that's the way it's set up. It's good fights good, and evil pillages off of the scraps of the battle.
Good fight.
You know what I'm saying?
That's what it seems like. You're not wrong there.
Goes back to Rome, bro, the Colosseum, You got the gladiators. They throw them in the ring. They tear each other to pieces, for other people's entertainment, but they don't want to be there. They're just there by fucking circumstance.
Sorry.
Right? And at the end of the day, when you put any man in a circumstance where he has to fight or die, right, there's really not too much to lose in fighting. You know what I mean? So, you know, due to the nature of fucking self-preservation, you know what I'm saying? You got the good killing the good in the Coliseum for the entertainment of the wicked, the slave traders in the fucking Senate and the politicians, you know, and the degenerate gamblers.
That's also in the Hunger Games.
So we live in a mirror dimension, right? That like the actual nature's real nature will sort out good and evil. But we have decided to leave nature as a species and exist within a synthetic nature that we can refer to as Babylon or the Matrix. You see, and in the Babylon or Matrix nature, right? Up is down. You know what I mean? That's the way it really is. Up is down. You know what I mean? Left is right, right is left. You know, God is the devil in Babylon. Don't you understand? Like, God's not the devil in my world, in my reality, but God is the devil of this world. Like, the devil is the God of this world because this world is ruled by Babylon. But the devil doesn't rule like in the wilderness. You feel me? That's not the devil's realm. You know what I mean? Like, animals know if you're wicked or good. You know what I'm saying?
Indeed, but would you say the devil's influence even has reached the, you know, the
Yo,
land of the animals?
the earth
And then-
knows whether you're good or bad, bro. And if an evil person try to survive in nature, bro, it will forsake them and God won't fucking look after them, bro, and they're just gonna die.
So okay, with that being said, would you think? Hold on.
Yo, Babylon existed
Hold on.
of the Matrix.
Hold
It
on.
equals, you know what
Hold
I
on.
mean?
Let me wrap with you. Hold on. What do you think the acts of a lion or a tiger? Do you think that's a devilish act? What they're performing?
I mean, what are they performing?
When they, you know, kill their food.
I mean, that's what they do.
Depends
I don't think that's what they always did, though.
That's what I'm saying, right? Exactly. So that's why I said to you, do you think the devil had an influence even on the animal land, right?
Yeah, I think that the devil, right, upon descending, corrupted indefinitely. It says that it says the fallen, right, sinned against the animals, right? So you gotta understand, by introducing chemicals and all kinds of fucking shit, alchemy, magic, witchcraft, whatever the fuck they're doing, right? They're fucking with the systems of nature, corrupting it from its original design. You know what I mean? Like, if you alter the DNA of a lion, you know what I mean, it now has to eat a whole bunch of shit. And fucking, it might have been possible for animals and people to exist without even eating.
Yeah, no, I don't think you have to alter anything, no DNA or anything. You just gotta convince it this is what you eat now. This is what
Well,
you
yo,
eat from now. This is all you're getting.
like, Adam and Eve didn't eat or even know that they were naked, or like they didn't know like they had to drink water and shit. You know what I mean? Like, if you look in some apocryphal books and shit, talks about Adam like being pissed off that he has to drink water and shit. He's like, what the fuck, bro? I used to see this shit all the time and I didn't have to drink it. You know what I mean? I believe that the devil has something to do with the physical reality. Maybe just the carbon-based physical reality. You know, like maybe there was a different form of reality that wasn't carbon-based. And we as immortal souls were tricked into inhabiting bodies in a fucking mirror of reality. A simulation, like science would put it. You know what I mean? A copy of perfection, but corrupted. Because, like, yo, why does almost every animal have like a fucking habitat And they don't have to do no extra shit to exist besides do what they do. But humans have to do all kinds of extra shit. We can't just do what we do. There's no such thing. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
You couldn't pull up a fucking little card and be like, humans, diet, mealworms, you know what I mean? Habitat, tropical. That doesn't exist, bro. We do everything. We damn near eat everything. We live everywhere.
Riddle me did. What kind of human do you think came first? Do you think it was the jungle human or the suit and tie human?
So I don't know.
Okay, fair enough.
To be honest, like I think humans had to have been created in combinations. Like I don't think that it was just one kind of human put in the earth. I don't think that would be ignorant. That's like saying, was there only one kind of fucking parrot? Like, nah, bro, there was, you know what I mean? I think there was all different kinds of humans like spawned in at the same fucking time. Just like all the animals. Like I don't think it was just like one kind of animal went and like fucking evolved into all different kinds of fucking parrots. You know what I mean? We actually don't see that. We see shit devolving. We don't see anything evolving. Like nothing in nature is getting better. Shit's just getting shittier due to the degradation of the DNA, due to the mitochondria having a split. Every time it needs to replicate, the mitochondria splits to double and clone the DNA. We don't see DNA getting better. It's only been getting worse. So evolution theory is bullshit. There's only de-evolution. Human beings used to be awesome, and now we're shitty. Animals used to be way better. They're shittier. Plants used to be amazing. They're shittier.
Yeah, they wiped out almost all the species. You know, there's almost no genetic diversity. If you want stronger genes, you got to have stronger genetic diversity.
Monoculture killing the planet. I'm gonna start growing bamboo in the Ozarks.
Bamboo in the Ozark.
Yeah. Like all different kinds of bamboo, like hardwood bamboo for building furniture and like buildings. I'm gonna get flute bamboo, edible bamboo. You know, bamboo is where it's at, bro. It's mad sustainable. Shit grows like 50 feet in a year. You plant one of them, and the whole field pops up in like 3 years of one bamboo. And so, like, if you get a bamboo that grows 70 feet tall, it'll grow a field 70 feet around where you plant it. You can turn that shit into biochar. It's like, yo, you don't have to fertilize it. You don't have to really do anything. It just grows rapidly, like tons of it.
Tarzan and Jane. Yeah, exactly, Squirrel. I was thinking along them lines.
You could grow bamboo anyway.
About Adam and Eve, right? This is what I think about Tarzan and Jane. Adam and Eve was man, the original beast, and woman was like the divine one. Even like when they show us with King Kong, you know, the beast, the man tearing up shit. The woman.
Yo, this dude says in chat, bro, grass, right, is basically the same thing as bamboo, except like bamboo is like Nephilim grass, right? It's like super genetics where it's like it's just super grass. And so, you know, we gotta think differently and start growing bigger shit. Because you could eat bamboo. The shoots. You know what I mean? There's a lot of food that like we can set it up to grow. And stop trying to sit here and fucking eat bullshit like tomatoes and like whatever the fuck. Like, yo, tomatoes are great, but We gotta grow crazy shit.
Crazy shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, tomatoes is totally a hybridized species that was found by the natives. The original tomato is made from a poison berry that's not even edible to humans.
Yeah, bro. It's
Okay.
a fruit.
I do like tomatoes.
But yeah, we gotta start growing weird shit.
No, you can't have that.
You can make mad money off selling bamboo product.
Mm-hmm.
Drill some holes in that shit, bro. You make a flute, make fishing poles, furniture.
Yeah.
Yo, they're making bed sheets out of bamboo. Towels, shirts.
Yeah.
You could burn it for heat, bro. You make charcoal out of it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the Asians, the Chinese, they can find 100 ways to make something with that.
Yo, it has the tensile strength of steel.
It has what the same what as steel?
Tensile strength.
Tensile
It's as
strength.
strong as steel. They used to use it as reinforcement in concrete.
Okay. Interesting.
And depending on the size of the bamboo you get, some of it grows 6 inches wide, right?
Yeah.
It comes out of the ground 6 inches wide. And then one day, it grows 40 feet. And then it puts out its fucking sticks. In one day, bro.
And they catch a lot of water, right?
Huh?
They catch a lot of water.
Well, the bamboo, what you're seeing pop out of the ground isn't really the plant. The plant's like under the ground. That's just like the grass.
Mm.
You know what I mean?
But what? So, hold on. What do the pandas eat? Do they eat the root part or the bamboo part? The bamboo, right?
They probably eat the shoots.
The shoots.
Yeah, it's like it springs up shoots. I'm pretty sure they eat bamboo itself, like the wood. Pandas are weird, but we can eat the shoots.
You know what? I do see them peeling back something sometimes. I think they peel back a layer or something, and then they proceed to eat.
They probably eat like the bamboo hearts, like at the bottom, with the roots or something.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure.
Thank you.
Yeah, salute to the panda.
But yeah, bro, it's time for bamboo.
What about that? What's the other one? The koala bear. What does that one eat?
Koalas? I don't know.
Like ukulele or something? Eucalyptus?
Eucalyptus.
Eucalyptus. These picky eaters, boy. I love it. Love it. Bit like myself.
I got my own property, so I don't gotta worry about like overgrowing it. I can control the bamboo.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be using all of it anyway.
What's he saying? Bamboo eats softwood, bamboo shoots, or just soft tissue wood. Okay. They eat the softwood. Softwood. No, man. Give it some berries or something. It's like a termite. Termites eat the wood as well, right? Yeah.
Yeah, you cook the fresh shoots, bro, and they're not like wood when you pull them out brand new. You know what I mean? As soon as they come up, you cut them down, and you fucking
Yeah.
cook them. And they're great.
I can believe that. That's just like earth food, like a yam or something.
Probably,
Ground.
you've probably eaten them in Chinese food and you don't even know it. That's the reality.
Yeah.
They're in Chinese food, bro.
There's a lot of things in Chinese food.
And also, it depends on what species you get. There's some bamboo shoots that suck, and there's some that are great to eat.
Thank you.
There's a variety called yellow stripe. It's better for eating than like a hardwood type of fucking building material, kind of like Japanese. You know what I mean? Building bamboo.
Hey, Rance, have you tried any earth food? Do you eat much earth food?
I try to. We got a lot of stuff growing on the property.
Mm-hmm.
My wife collects it and incorporates it into my food.
That's it, man. That's
What
it.
was the last thing? You have berries?
Yeah. Black raspberry.
She collected black raspberries and put them joints in a salad.
And red buds.
And we grew the
eat red
salad.
buds. We've eaten dandelion.
Dandelions, red buds.
Mm-hmm. What about stuff like you know, are you familiar with yam and like planting and things like that?
We don't grow yams. We grew potatoes.
Okay.
You know,
Mm-hmm.
I grew a weed plant one time. It was good.
Nice. That's good stuff. I've never grown a weed plant. I've had friends do it, you know, but not myself. Too much effort into that shit.
I did one like on accident. Basically, I just threw like a seed out there, and it grew out like a little plant. It grew out like an eighth, bro. I rolled up like 3 joints off that shit, bro. It was good, but it wasn't like, I don't know. I didn't grow it, you know. It grew like that.
Mm. Yeah, boy.
Black bamboo is good for like keeping visual like down. Like if you have like neighbors and shit, it grows in tight clusters, and it'll fucking make a nice visual blocker. You know.
That's what I was saying. Some people use it for gates and stuff around here.
Black bamboo, yeah.
Yeah, for gates.
I don't.
Which is cool. I like that. It's different. It's easy on the eye sometimes to look at.
But yeah, shit's gonna get wild, bro. Start building bunkers and food sources and change the way you're thinking, or you're not gonna survive, motherfuckers.
P in the building. What's happening? So yeah, I'm not sure whether you're up to speed. But
Bro, they're doing the stupid bird flu shit, bro. Gonna have to get your own
Yeah.
birds if you want to eat eggs. Yeah, they're doing some stupid bird shit, bro. You're gonna have to grow your own birds if you want chicken and eggs, bro. I wouldn't recommend buying anything in the store.
what is that about? Is that a thing?
They're doing all kinds of stupid shit, bro. I don't trust these motherfuckers.
Let's get the hose.
I remember that when that came around, bird flu. I remember that shit. Yeah, what goes around comes around, I suppose.
I mean, yo, at the end of the day, it's just like, it's not good out there. Like, the outlook is not good. So you have to, like, work extra hard to not be affected so that you at least, you know what I'm saying, are in a good position when you need to be. You know, I mean, like people think that everyone's dying from like jabs and shit, but it's not just that. It's the food, it's the fucking lasers, it's all kinds of shit. People getting smoked with weather. We're in the Hunger Games, bro. That's the reality. Like people don't understand that you were born on a battlefield, and it's never been peace. We've only had the illusion of peace. You know, so start like waking the fuck up and preparing as if you're on a battlefield, which you are. You're in the Hunger Games, and basically we're all inside the fucking dome, bro. And these rich motherfuckers are sitting here outside of it, just laughing at us. And you know, if enough people figure it out, I'll be right there with you to figure it out. But I already been figured it out. I'm gonna do what I can do.
You see, you figured it out. Yeah.
Like you got to make sure you and your family are good first before anything else. I mean, what else can you fucking do as a human being? If everyone does that, then we're all good, right? Then you start working on neighbors, start helping neighbors out. I don't fucking know. Have good neighbors.
Help your neighbors out. That's it. Help your neighbors out.
We walking in the end of days. Know this is true. We in a hall of mirrors. Everything's a fucking illusion. Just pray that God guides you in the right direction, because we can't really see what the truth is. It's hard. Even the greatest of scholars are lost. So, you know what I mean? Just know that in the spiritual journey, it's a land of fucking smoke and mirrors, and just pray that God leads you to fucking the truth and righteousness and benevolence. What else can we do? I'm digging a nice bunker.
Yeah, something's coming your way for sure. Keep digging that bunker. I know that much. USA, forget about it.
London has heard my rap, bro.
Say that again.
You've heard my raps, bro. Who's Lonnie thinking that London don't know?
London knows. Trust me. Trust me.
Yo, what's up, Lonnie?
Lonnie's in the building. Gentoo gone. Sean. Jen again. Sniper. Dino. Pino. Alright, they're down there. They're down there. They're chilling, man. They're chilling. There was something I wanted to show. Where's it gone?
Are you having trouble trying to keep up with your professor?
Oh, get off. Alright, cool. This is another thing I wanted to quickly have a look at.
Someone recently gave me a DVD. This preacher is going around on tour, doing a really a much better job of this than I'm going to do right now. But I wanted to share it with you in its shorter form. Man, if you think that you have any idea of the creativity of the Father, you need to think again. In this picture, the sun, which is 109 times larger than the Earth, represents just a single pixel. I mean, you can see, if you can see that little dot right there, that represents our sun. And really, that's probably large. To the right of that is Albireo, And if you consider that, that thing's a lot. That's a star that's much, much larger than our sun. To the right of that, you see Kochab, which is really huge, man. I mean, if we saw that coming up over the horizon, we'd probably all have a heart attack, and run the other way. To the right of that is the first blue one, that's Rigel. And to the right of that is Denab. Look at Denab. We look up at the night sky and we see all these stars, but we don't realize what we're looking at. If you're living in a populated area like I am, you don't even see the sky at night. Years ago I lived upstate New York, and it used to be quite magnificent. Anyway, look at Denab compared to our sun. I mean, is that a wow?
Basically, we got a sacred namer that went crazy on some baller shit, bro.
Say that again.
We've got a guy who just stumbled upon sacred naming, right? And then he went into some ball earth madness. You know what I mean?
What, this guy?
Bro, if he starts talking about the Pleiades, bro, I'm out of here, bro.
We're not done. Here we go. On the left side, you see what we've been looking at: the sun, Alberio, Kochab, Rigel, and Denab. Look at the pistol star. Man, I mean, how many of our suns could you fit inside that? To the right of that, look at the ruby star. I mean, that makes Denab look, really small. Even with this graphic, I know we're not really getting the full picture of it. Anyway, let's move on. There's the pistol star. We just looked at that one with the ruby star next to it. And there's Antares. Holy mackerel.
You see, when I'm looking at these, right, I'm looking at them as lenses, right? Different size lenses, possibly, or even the eye itself. Because they say the stars are the eyes, but also I'm tying the eyes with the lenses. But this one right here, right, DNAB, when you spell that one backwards, right, the meaning behind that is to obliterate, to destroy. Right, this one right here, to obliterate, to destroy. Right. I wonder if this is the biggest one over in that solar system.
Yo, this is all fuckery, bro. All right, keep it fucking. Right. It's all fuckery.
Whirlpool Galaxy. Picture.
Bro, what is it? The fucking, is that a Roblox character, bro? What the fuck?
Look at the cross.
Just T-posing, bro.
This ties back into the cross with the lens, like I've been telling you guys, right? They were talking about
Is that another sky behind it? Like, is that
in the heavens? Right?
Is that the end of the dome?
No, listen, I'll tell you.
Yo, but why does it look like someone painted that shit with MS Paint, the spray paint can tool? I'm just saying.
Yeah, we all know what these.
It looks like bad Photoshop. I'm just saying.
Of course, because we know where the source is possibly coming from. But the point I'm trying to make is
it's taken from the Hubble telescope. All right.
No, you listen to me, and then you will understand, right? Right? They're saying they took a picture of the heavens, right? And in the heavens, there's a cross within the heavens, right? So, like I was saying, the heavens is the eye, right? And within the eye is the lens, and the cross is within the lens, right? So, I'm saying, are they showing us the lens, right? Not showing us the whole eye, just possibly the lens itself when they're talking about the heavens, right?
Is that interesting or what? I have a punchline that follows this, but I'm going to read this to you. the decay and the speed of light theory shows that the universe is not as old as modern science calculates. You know how they're always talking about 100 million years ago, this thing happened. And I'm always like, really? Were you there with a camera or something? The theory also explains why Adam and Eve, Adam and Chava, had very long lives, and the longevity of people after the fall of Adam began to decline in concert with the decay in the speed of light. The decay in the speed of light theory is also supported by the word of Yahweh, which states that Yahweh stretched out the heavens in Isaiah 42:5, 45:12, 48:13, 51:13, and Jeremiah 10:12. The stretching out of the heavens and the decay in the speed of light make present-day galaxies appear to be billions of light years away, as calculated by the current speed of light. In fact, they could be much closer, and the age of the universe much less because of this stretching and the associated higher speed of light. This theory is not the same. The thing about laminin, the guy was so excited about laminin, and he says laminin is what holds everything in our bodies together. Without laminin, our skin would fall off. It wouldn't hold to the ligaments, and ligaments wouldn't hold to the bones. Laminin holds everything together.
Oh, I'm not not familiar with that laminin. Any of you two familiar with that?
I mean, they're showing you right now a triple helix DNA, which is seed of the serpent, but that's
Seed
besides.
of the what? Say that again. Serpent, did you say?
Yeah, triple helix DNA, bro.
Oh shit.
Like, look at the Queen's fucking coronation ceremony. The most recent Queen's like Jubilee fucking ceremony where they showed you the triple helix DNA being introduced to mankind. And that third helix of DNA is the technological helix. You see? That's the mRNA. That's what it is. You feel me? They're adding that extra strand of DNA. Serpent seed. Because they died out, like the serpent seed died out. They might have kept around some of the purebloods, right? By inbreeding. And now they probably took that fucking serpent seed and encoded it to reintroduce it back into the human genome. And this is why we've been programmed with X-Men and all this extra shit, because they don't really know what's going to happen. And we might start to see mutations of human beings, right? And that's why they're starting to tell you this bullshit, Pallades, fucking, we're going into the fourth dimension, our DNA is activating bullshit, right? Not actually that. What it really is they're beginning to reintroduce ancient Nephilim DNA, triple helix DNA into the human genome, right, in a mass scale. And so even Harvard just came out and with a study saying recently that that they acknowledged the potential for crypto terrestrials like a serpent race of reptilians that could be inhabiting the planet among human beings disguised as humans and running the planet from the underworld. This is Harvard, right? And I'm not saying that I give them credibility, but most people do. And so they're starting to prepare a narrative, right? You'll start to see it in the commercials, like there was one commercial, like the fucking Mountain Dew commercial, right? And they'd be using Mountain Dew to show you secret messages. You got Mountain Dew Maui Blast, you got all the different shit with the Mountain Dew. You know what I mean? This is all just a fucking clown world, so you have to become a fucking clown to really understand it. Honk honk. You know what I mean? Yeah, they're introducing a triple DNA strand of technological like Nephilim DNA. And I mean, they aim to usher in the Antichrist, which is going to be like, it's supposed to be a reincarnation of fucking Osiris. You feel me?
Or who? Osiris?
Yeah, Osiris. Like, this is what it all comes back to. Like, It's that they want to bring in Osiris, which is Lucifer. You know what I mean? Because Osiris was rebirthed through a phallic fucking object after the 13 pieces of his body was reassembled, but one got missing because his penis got eaten in the Nile. And you know, this is where you get the 13 bloodlines. This is the fallen, right? And basically they want to reincarnate motherfucking Lucifer, Ra, the sun god on earth. Lucifer, right? Sun god, Lucifer. They want to reincarnate that being in a body and then have human beings worship that being. You know what I'm saying? And so like they need to have the DNA of a body that's compatible, and that's they found King Tut's body, and they found fucking DNA of Gilgamesh. That's why they were doing all this crazy shit in Iraq. They were plundering fucking tombs for mythical artifacts and corpses for DNA. See, they knew about this shit. The mummies is there so they could take the DNA in a later date. That's the rebirth of these Egyptians. They knew this shit, right? Like they knew if someone could reincarnate your fucking DNA at a later time, right? When technology got back to where it needed to be. Because these people were the survivors, right, of a fucking advanced civilization that collapsed. So they knew that if they just preserved their body so you could get their DNA, they could be reincarnated, right, by their soul getting jacked back into that fucking DNA because they would resonate with it through the harmonics. And they fully understood this shit. This is what they wrote in their hieroglyphics. If you read the shit, you'll understand what the fuck I'm talking about. They had complete understanding of the different aspects of science. We only understand a very small aspect of science. We only understand like explosion technology. There's implosion technology that's based on the vortex, the vortices, the Fibonacci spiral, the natural forces of the earth. We're constantly working against nature. Nature has built-in sciences that work for us that people would refer to as magic in these days and times because they just don't fucking understand it. The nature of the fifth element has been hidden from mankind. This is why the occultists have been able to rule over mankind, is because they have the knowledge of these hidden fucking elements and these other technologies that looks like magic to us. These people aren't fucking magicians. They just have knowledge that you don't. And so the shit they do appears to be magical, and they're not going to tell you what the fuck it is. They're just going to say it's magic.
Magic.
You know what I mean? You know when when you do some crazy shit and your kids are like, how'd you do that? You don't want to explain it. You're just like, magic, motherfucker. And you just walk off, bro. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's all it is, bro, yo. Like it all boils down to the warping of perception, right? Like sorcery and all this shit is warping the way that people perceive what's actually happening. If you could see what's actually happening and detach yourself from it, right? Like if you could detach yourself from what's actually happening in the moment, you can manipulate the way that other people perceive it by altering what's actually happening's appearance. You know what I mean? That's sorcery. The manipulation of the perception of others. There's subtle ways, propaganda, sigil magic. You know what I mean? Repetition. Fucking neuro-linguistic programming. Hand sigil magic. There's a lot of fucking shit. It gets really deep. Down to damn right fucking ritual magic. Which is some of the worst magic. You know what I'm saying? But this is all technologies at the end of the day. The devil had the knowledge of these technologies and utilized it to fucking destroy mankind. Well, actually have mankind destroyed himself. You know what I mean? What you showing us here, bro?
The lens.
It's a serpent with the two pillars, the womb. You know? It's the womb.
Right here. This
It's not
is this is the lens. Look, this is what you're seeing.
I mean,
Showing you.
you can call it that, bro. We can call it the eye of Horus, the eye of fucking, you know what I mean?
Yeah, the lens. However you want to call it, it's the lens.
The Oculus, bro. Yeah, I mean, like, I'll say that the shape of the Earth, yo, and like what we live on is like an eyeball, bro. I could agree with that, with the firmament and everything. Fuck yeah, bro. You know what I mean? There's waters above, there's waters below. There's also a center. Like, look at the picture that my shit is showing you, right? On my icon, it's showing you that basically a fucking eyeball.
For
There's
sure,
a
man.
middle where the shit is projecting out of and reflecting off the damn firmament. You know
Yeah,
what I mean?
see? There you go.
Like, that's what it is. It's reflecting off the top. You got the iris in the middle, which is a hole, which has a black rock in the center. And, you know, it's really easy to find. You could follow any fucking compass and it'll point you directly to it. All right? It's a giant ass black magnetic rock that's in the center under Polaris. Okay? People just need to figure this shit out. We like live in a very small part of the fucking Earth that's been corralled by an ice wall due to the space that the sun spins around Polaris. But this whole shit rotates. You know what I mean? It's a wheel that rotates on a wheel. And so we have subsequent freezing, floods, ice ages, and thawing out of the actual Earth. And this actually prevents any civilization
No,
from ever getting
listen.
too built up.
You see when you see the wheel within the wheel, right? That's just showing you the skull. I mean, sorry, the eye and the brain, right? The little wheel and the big wheel. Like,
I'm showing you, bro. There's the shit rotates. Like the ice wall shifts around in a clock, in like a clock motion around the actual Earth. And that's why they're saying like the ice caps are melting and shit. You know what I mean? It's like because
you gotta show my dude some of those flat Earth videos. You know what I mean? That'll set this off. Where they were talking about like how they were debunking the flat Earth, right? Them shits were funny.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen people try to debunk flat Earth and prove it. You know? Like any kind of model, like rockets, planes, missiles, they all, like in the science of these devices, it says we use a flat, non-rotating Earth as a model standard. The software that guides the missiles. You know what I'm saying? The software that guides the planes, the GPSs. All of this shit assumes a non-rotating, flat, stationary Earth. So if it's accurate enough to land missile strikes in planes, it's probably the reality. Just saying.
you know, even with your picture there, right? They're showing us the globe, right? The globe is the eye, right? And there's only two continents or two islands that reside on the eye. That would be UK, England, and Ireland, right? Meaning the eye, the globe. You guys, right? You make up Earth, the Americas, the other European countries, and Africa. That's all Earth, right? You lot are on what would be called the brain, right? That's why when they started to double back on their words and say, well, Earth is actually pear-shaped, they was actually telling you Earth is the brain, the pear-shaped, right? When you look down at a brain, it's pear-shaped. That's what they was telling you. Earth, meaning the head, the brain is Earth, the pear-shaped, right? The underneath, meaning hell, would be Australia, the world down under, right? That would be toward the cerebellum, right? That's the world down under. But UK and, you know, like the islands and England, we're outer orbits. We're the orbit, we're the globe. You lot are on the pear shaped. You lot are Earth. Only the globe would be the UK and Ireland. That's the globe, the eye. As it's pronounced in the medical terms, the globe is the eye. And that's the upper room.
Okay.
Hmm? I didn't even catch what you said there.
Okay.
Say, okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Look, let me show you a map real quick. Let me show you the Catalan map. Yeah, this map right here. This is where they were showing you guys. This is the skull, right? This is the head. We live inside of the creator, right? This is England and Ireland over here. The eyes. We're outer orbis, right? We're our own island, outer orbis, and you guys would be Earth, right? Like I said, the European countries, the Africas, the Eurasias, that makes up Earth. And the land down under, like I said, would be Australia, the cerebellum down under here. Where my cursor is. Whoops. Don't know what happened there. Oh, there you go. Right. This is one of the perfect maps that was, left for us, in my opinion. It's showing you the skull.
Looks like a dragon.
Well, this is the thing. I was on that case as well, right? Most of these things look like animals and stuff, right? But then I started to remember hippocampus, right? Some things look like these things, right? Even like the Egyptians, they used to show us certain things look like part of the body, they look like animals and stuff. So I started to think down that line, all right, they might not be certain animals, they may just look like it. But the body started to reveal itself to me much more when I started to go down my little journey. And this map just gave itself away, because most of the older maps, you can see their skulls. So I started to think down the skull route, right? And then when I started to do the real etymology behind island, meaning land, right? It's EYE, then land. Most of these things are just eyes, then land. That's where the word come from, right? So then I thought about, okay, what's the biggest, the holiest island around here? And I thought, okay, the Druids come from Ireland. So I looked into that, and then it led me to this map here, and it was like, okay, we're cooking. So I think they're trying to show us the skull. If we are inside of the creator, whether it's mother or father, but this is what they're showing us. And this right here, the Mediterranean, that would be the Willis of life, right? That's one of the gods that they would call it. I think it was forgot his name. Not Baal. There was another one. I thought it was Baal, but he had another name. But we'll get into that on another stage. But that's represented as the Mediterranean Sea. But I think that's the Willis of life. That's why it's got a heavy amount of water in there. Meaning, could that have been where the blood went around? Alright. So
I don't know.
yeah, trust me, I know, because this is where my research took me. So I know. And this is only a fraction of what I know. This is only a fraction. This is only a fraction of what I know. This shit right here. Yeah, it's only a fraction. But yeah, other than that, Yeah.
I've seen some shit where they showed like everywhere there's holy sites, it's like a sacrifice, and there's like an animal there, right? And so what it was saying is like there are these titans that exist in like lower dimensions, and so they're moving really, really slow, right? And we're like on a nanoscale inside of them. And so by them doing like making mass war in like one spot, they believe they're feeding this titan, right?
That's a good one.
Like Israel and shit, like it's all in the shape of like this cocoon thing, bro. I forget who was doing it, bro. One of these dudes, like the Crater Earth guy, was doing it.
Oh yeah. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. These guys are not far off, right? He's not far off because hold on, let me see if I can find
It's
it.
close to what you're saying.
It is indeed. I know exactly what you're talking about. But he's not far off, right? Because look, let me show you something. If I can find it here.
Dimensional insect god that they're feeding.
Because look, hold on. All right, because I even done a segment on that. Because look, do you know what's all right? Hold on, let me see if I got it for you. 1 second. Because that day when he dropped that one, right, I dropped my one as well, right? And it was crazy. That was the ball one. Okay. We both dropped on the same day, but I dropped a few hours before him, right? And we both was covering the same thing. Imagine that. Let's go.
Temple of Bel. The Temple of Bel, Arabic, sometimes also referred to as the Temple of Baal.
This segment here is called The Man in the Head, which I almost done a year ago. For some reason, I was under the impression we had a small entity or a person residing inside of our head. Now pay close attention. Yeah, so you see these images on the screen, right, Phil?
Uh-huh.
Do you know what these are?
Skulls. It looks like it's definitely a skull.
Yeah.
But
So I gotta say this now. What's crazy, because I just said that, right? Someone living inside our head, but it's the other way around now. We're living in someone's head. So that's how much has changed since then. Instead of someone living inside my head, it's we're living inside of someone's head. So yeah, this keeps
Yo,
going.
what if it's both, like up and down?
Yeah, I feel you. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. There you go. Yes, sir. You're not wrong. Micro to macro. Yes. There you go.
Like we just exist in the in between, bro.
I feel you. I feel you. They look kind of out of this world, right?
Right, but they're not.
Exactly.
The Temple of Baal was an ancient temple located in Palmyra. Temple of Baal, was an ancient temple located in Palmyra. Temple of Baal was an ancient temple located in Palmyra. Temple of Baal was an ancient temple located in Palmyra, Syria. The temple, consecrated to the Mesopotamian god Bel, worshipped at Palmyra in triad with the lunar god Aglabol and the sun god Yahweh, formed the center of religious life in Palmyra, and was dedicated in AD 32. 1-2, the temple would have been closed during the persecution of pagans in the late Roman Empire in a campaign against the temples of the East made by Maternus Cynegius, Praetorian Prefect of Oriens, between the 25th of May 385 to the 19th of March 388. 3. Its ruins were considered among the best preserved at Palmyra. 4. Until they were further destroyed by the Islamic State in August 2015. The Temple of Baal was an ancient temple located in Palmyra, Syria. Baal was a title and honorific meaning owner, lord in the northwest Semitic languages spoken in the Levant during antiquity. From its use among people, it came to be applied to gods. 11 scholars previously associated the theonym with solar cults and with a variety of unrelated patron deities, but inscriptions have shown that the name Baal was particularly associated with the storm and fertility god Hadad and his local manifestations.
Yeah, that's hilarious.
God of fertility, weather, rain, wind, lightning, seasons, war, sailors.
Baal married Besla, the daughter of a giant, and they had 3 children together, the eldest being Odin, the second Vili, then Ve. The 3 brothers killed the giant Ymir, whose wounds unleashed a great stream of blood, drowning all the frost giants except Bergelmir, who built an ark and boarded it with his wife. They became the ancestors of all frost giants. Odin and his brothers took the body of Ymir to the center of the void, using it to create the world. The sea and the lakes came from his blood, and the land from his flesh. The mountains were made from his bones, and the rocks from his teeth. Ymir's skull was used to create the sky, and was placed over Earth's four corners. From Ymir's flesh spawned the dwarves, one of whom stood under each of Earth's corners. They are called North, South, East, and West. The brothers then took the sparks and embers flying out of Muspelheim, placing them throughout the heavens, creating the stars. They were positioned in such a way day could be distinguished from night, thus started time. The Earth took a circular shape and is surrounded by a deep ocean. Along the shore of this ocean, the brothers gave giants land to live on. To protect themselves against these giants, the brothers built fortifications further inland out of Ymir's eyebrows and named it Midgard. Finally, they took Ymir's brains and threw them into the sky, creating the clouds.
Okay, we are finally here. Pay close attention to the deity which they call Baal, who resides in our head. He is located on the ancient maps throughout antiquity. Let's go.
Something unusual's happening to Earth.
It is a side effect of the emergence. It is time for you to learn the true purpose of your mission. Every billion years, new celestials must be born. The planet Earth was chosen to host the celestial Tiamat. In order to grow, Tiamat needs vast amounts of energy from intelligent life. Now, the human population of this planet has reached the required amount. It is time for the emergence to begin. I built and programmed you, Eternals, to be synthetic beings and incapable of evolution. To correct my mistake, do not fail me.
Yeah, that was that.
I mean, so like, yo, what I'm saying is that's what they want to do. You know what I mean? They want to born their god out of the earth. That's why their god demands blood sacrifices.
Go on.
You get it?
Okay, where's my box hammer?
If you're trying to make a fucking titan, right, it needs a lot of blood.
Wow. You put it like that.
Think about it.
It's
Like, we're looking at life forms as like only, you know, organic or plant, but like, what about a life form that is made out of minerals, right? The blood sacrifices leave behind minerals, crystallized minerals that could then be used by this mineral entity to assimilate, you know, into its being. Just a theory.
I feel you. Even with the people praying and stuff like this, you know, I feel like that may have an effect as well.
I mean, the human mind is really powerful. We've just been lied to and poisoned our whole lives with heavy metals and shit. So we don't really have the ability to use it right. When I was a kid, bro, I could do all kinds of crazy shit that I shouldn't have been able to do.
hold on, before I get away from the thing. You see when I was saying to you, right, how you guys are Earth
Okay.
and we're like heaven, Midgard. That's exactly how the Nordic story went, and I didn't even know that. Okay, I knew the Nordic story went like that, but when I found some readings from the 8th century, they were saying the kind of exact same thing, that Earth is just, it's itself, and outer orbit would be Ireland and England, and that's how their kind of Nordics were kind of explaining it in their creation story, and it also involved the head, the skull, right? They went and lived on Midgard, the eyebrow. That's what they said.
So, like, what does it mean when Jesus said, like, if you believe, right, the mountains will move if you tell them to? And, like, he was talking about some shit, and he was like, bro, if you don't believe me, like, the stones will cry out. You know what I mean?
What do you mean by that?
He was, like, alluding to his understanding of, like, a deeper awareness of what reality
Nope. Go back
truly
and
is.
take them out again. Try again. What's that one?
You know what I mean?
Oh.
They will like that book.
Like, I'm pretty sure he was also aware of, like, the fact that, like, we had a more advanced civilization, and then people were masquerading as the original civilization descendants. And he was saying the stones will cry out because, like, they're still trying to destroy all the old world buildings. You know? Jesus was around, what, a couple thousand years ago? That's what they claim, at least. I think they added 1,000 years, though, when they went from using I, right, for Jesus. So before they had, like, AD like that, they used to put I before the date, right? And it was, like, after Jesus, right, which was Jesus. So you'd have I 750, which was the year 750. But then later on, redactors just said it was 1750. So they added 1,000 years to history. And then they concluded that those 1,000 years was the rule of the Roman Empire, which never happened. So what did they claim it did?
Put all the books up nicely.
Rome didn't rule for 1,000 years. They came and inherited a destroyed kingdom after a major world cataclysm reset, and they had some of the survivors, and they tried to, like, start repiecing everything back together, and then essentially they started a world conquest.
Did any of these boys get any knowledge from the Druids?
The Druid?
Mm-hmm.
The Druid paganism comes from, like, it comes from the same school as the other mystery religions, but it comes through different channels. Like, you had the Aryans resurfacing in Ireland. There's theories that Ireland sparked a lot of the known knowledge and shit, and that trickled down into the Celtics and the Druids. So, like, when you had refugees after the destruction of what you can call Atlantis, right? Which was really just a one world civilization of advanced beings, right? Like fallen angels, Nephilim ruling over mankind, one world civilization, advanced technology. We see the construction with the giant doors and shit. This wasn't a kingdom of humans the way that we are humans today. Unless humans have been genetically modified and shrunk. But what I'm trying to say essentially is we had this advanced civilization that was, I believe, the fallen ruling over mankind with their offspring that were hybrids, the Nephilim. And after the fucking Great Flood, most of this shit was wiped out, and you had their offspring being essentially refugees going around the world as like emissaries with whatever knowledge they had collected and with whatever technology they could bring with them. And they were attempting to basically respark civilization so that they can control it. You know, and I think that through mankind and mankind participating with these beings, you know what I mean, who are all under essentially Lucifer, they have gained the control over the world and world conquest through subsequent resets, being able to come up like the Phoenix and reboot.
Just put your hands in the cup.
Kind of figuring out when the cycles are and avoiding the destruction by scattering out, and then resurfacing with a unified plan of world domination at all costs, you know, with the assistance of demons.
Hey, 1 second. Hey, Chief Ironbush, welcome.
Brother, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Loud and clear.
I had a busy day today. My family and I just got done looking at a house that we're basically looking to move to a new house, and it was a last minute thing, and I checked the email, I seen your invite, and I see the time frame that you guys been on for quite some time now. But I am heading home, but I have my entire family in the car, so I'm listening to you guys. But I really, if you're still going, by the time I get to the house, which should be within about 20 minutes, I'll be back. I'll join you guys back on the link, and I'll get
Yeah,
involved
for sure.
in the conversation.
Yeah,
There you
because
go.
I don't know how much time London has, but I still got that video. So yeah, I could definitely throw that on. We could wait for Chief
Yeah,
Iron
there
to
you
come back
go.
here.
Yeah, yeah. I'll wait
Okay.
for half an hour. I'll give you half an hour, bro.
All right.
Yo,
I appreciate it.
You, bro.
Balance and wholeness to all of you in the chat and on the panel.
Hey, where did Oh, you probably hit the link back anyway. Yeah, hey, yeah, definitely. We'll wait around for you then, definitely.
Okay, give me, like you said, give me, like, shouldn't be any longer than a half hour. I should probably like 20 minutes, maybe 20 to 30 minutes.
There you go.
All right,
No
brother.
problem.
I'll talk to you soon.
All right, peace.
All right, peace.
Yeah, good stuff. Good stuff. Okay, Mr. Iron Bush. Cool. Yeah, it's not so okay. Yeah, we can hang around, definitely. Like you said, he was busy. Shit like that happens, man. I understand. Everyone's on different time zones.
Yeah, let me try to find that thing with the pyramid again.
Because
I know you'd like to see that.
Woo! Look, lens, eyes, lens everywhere. Jesus Christ, bro.
powers of Lucifer,
Look,
the carrier of light.
truncated
During the time
pyramids.
of King Solomon, God's messengers and wardens,
Look.
the Elohim, entrusted the secret brotherhood, God's
They've been
temple
showing us in
builders,
plain sight.
to
Look.
God's temple.
Yo, take it back. Take that back. Take that part back, but that's cold, that part. Yo,
Earth,
come on.
the spiritual powers of Lucifer, the carrier of light.
That's
During
it.
the time of King Solomon, God's messengers and wardens, the Elohim, entrusted the secret brotherhood, God's temple builders, to construct.
Look at that. Look at that. In midair. Look, in midair. got him.
The Freemasons and Illuminati, meaning the enlightened, and earlier called the Templars, had the difficult task of building God's temple. Symbolically, God's temple represents the human animal, half man, half beast, who has to be taught in order for him to live through every possible experience, both positive and negative, and continue learning through these experiences until he has transcended his lower attributes. These powers financed all wars and conspiracies, but also funded welfare organizations and extensive government plans of the Western world, in order to offer human souls a playground for experiences. Now, for that very reason, we can understand the meaning of, I am the one power who desires good and creates evil. I am the one power who desires evil and creates.
But yeah, just that part was interesting, and they had the DNA strands with the double helix. That's actually the the staff of Asclepius, as it's called. That was given to him by Hermes.
Okay. Even the Maltese cross. Right? They're showing you there the cross, the lens.
This mysticism of the polarity of good and evil reached its peak in Vienna with the study of the esoteric literature of the Indo-Aryan battles of the gods. In these ancient texts, and in the first lectures of the contemporary authors, the worldview of the young Hitler was even more split into good and evil. In Vienna Men's Hospice, and inspired by these texts in solitary moments, Hitler forged his worldview. This worldview can hardly be reconstructed, yet the world of the god-humans from Atlantis and their fall through evil influenced him so much that he lived in his own fantasy world. When Hitler came across the books of Guido von List, and later of Lance von Liebenfels, the fire to free the world from all dark forces was unleashed.
So according to Lance von Liebenfels, originally there were people with blonde hair and blue eyes. They were godlike. They came from somewhere in the universe, and amongst them were the animal-like humans, particularly the so-called monkeys. According to Lantz, the races commingled insofar as the blonde and blue-eyed women united with the animal-like human beings. This is how the mixed races appeared, and these were called the little monkeys or Chandlan. Indeed.
Yeah, that's why in the occult, the different animals are actually the devolutions of the humans. So, that's why they say in the evolution theory, the animals share like 90% of our DNA, right? Well, it could be that, that we came from monkeys, but obviously that's not very probable. The more probable thing is that human beings that were super advanced probably created monkeys and other animals out of their own DNA as genetic experiments.
Yeah.
So they created like sort of plants and like sort of biological machines, right? That were basically the animals, Yeah.
Okay. Interesting.
That these animals were actually made out of some advanced form of humans' DNA that they were doing genetic experiments on other life forms, Yeah.
This comes from the Indian tradition. These animal-like beings and so on, in the whole world history, threatened the culture which the blonde and blue-eyed people had created, and which they still create. So this conflict is the fight of the animal-like, the lower beings against the so-called noble, heroic people. This leads to the necessary destruction of the lower beings.
Yeah, and that's actually where W.D. Farad actually got the theory of Yaqub that he was an evil scientist that created white people.
Yeah,
On the
okay.
island of Patmos. He actually got that from this theory. That they
Mhm.
actually created the white people out of the monkeys, right? So yeah.
I think I've
This
heard that
program
before.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, it's like a mix of science and basically the Kabbalah, because the Kabbalah talks about different levels of humans, and there's like demonic levels and there's angelic levels, right? So
Mhm.
there's higher and lower types, within the same, order, right? So they could give birth to like different demonic types and different angelic types. So that was like a theory of what do you call it? Like spiritual emanations that are on different levels, a spiritual hierarchy that's mixed with the theory of evolution, that things could go up and down in terms of improvement on the same scale of being.
Mhm.
Destruction is the ultimate goal. It is indeed a form of apocalypse, in which the lower beings will have to be cast out, and the blonde and blue-eyed beings will survive.
Von Apokalypse, in der also sozusagen die Untermenschen ausgeschieden werden sollen und die Blond-Blauen allein also sozusagen überleben.
With Hitler's view to save the world from evil, the catastrophe was already preordained. In the text by Lance von Liebenfels, we can find the inspiration ground of all racist teachings of the time, and Hitler embraced literally all of these ideas. Thus Lance von Liebenfels spoke of a purebred race of Aryan people and the reviving of the noble qualities of the gods, and of the end solution of getting rid of the inferior races in order to establish again the god-human race, blonde and blue-eyed, as the superior race. But Hitler was not the only one to read the teachings of Lance von Liebenfels in his paper Ostara in Vienna. There were many different personalities from various organizations who later came together in order to pull on the same side and to establish the idea of the new superior race. Ludendorff and Dietrich Eckart already subscribed to this racial publication. Strengthened by his interpretation of esoteric material, perhaps already a member of the Templar Order, Hitler launched himself into the First World War. He may have already made contact with Ludendorff before the First World War as an equally esoteric-minded friend. His chance to convince all that he was the German savior who would lead the battle against all injustice on earth came a few days after the beginning of the First World War in Munich, where he spoke up after the liberation battle against the communists. For a long time, he kept secret his esoteric knowledge and his membership of one of these esoteric sects. It was only when he came to power that people started to think about the idea of a blue-eyed race superior to all other races. A new Atlantean god was to be bred again, who would embody the godly qualities and psychic abilities. And the animal human of the rest of the world was to serve the super race. Due to the esoteric studies, he lived in the very personal world of his own imagination, where he saw the normal human being as degenerate and the archetype of the Atlantean legends of the gods as the standard to be re-established.
Also, dass Adolf Hitler tatsächlich also Mitglied dieses Ordens.
We are quite sure that Adolf Hitler was an honorary member of this order. He knew Lance von Liebenfels personally. That is what Lance told me and two other friends. He said Hitler had visited him in 1909 and previously bought the Ostara, but a few magazines were missing and Hitler had thus asked Luntz to give him the remaining issues. Luntz did so. He gave them to him. And this means that Hitler knew the complete Ostara. He probably also knew the book published by Luntz in, I think, 1905, with the title Theozoologie, or Of Sodom's Monkeys and the Dream of the Path of the Gods.
Encouraged by his occult knowledge, he decided to lead the world into the 1,000 Years' Empire as a messiah and savior in a final victorious battle against evil. Through the influence of drugs, he became a medium and naturally saw himself as the carrier of the lost qualities. He took the idea of a 1,000 Years' Empire from John's Revelation. However, Hitler was not alone in his dream of establishing a Germanic empire with re-emerging god-humans from Atlantis. The Tula Society of the Germanic Order and the Armenian Order of the 19th century, which met in the Four Seasons Hotel in Munich, had the same dreams with one difference. They saw the Freemason lodges and the Illuminati as the supreme evil.
Not many people know that the Tula Society was a cover organization of the Germanic Order. This Germanic Order was created around 1912, and the Tula Society appeared later. Theodor Fritsch was the driving force behind the Germanic Order, and he, of course, was the mastermind of German anti-Semitism. At the beginning of this century, he had already conceived that the Jews, and the organization which represented the Jews, which embodied Jewish culture, namely Freemasonry, in his opinion had to be fought against, preferably by an organization of the same caliber, indeed with a secret lodge. That is why the many anti-Semitic associations of the time, as well as the readers of his magazine Hammer, became united in the Reichshammer Union in 1912. The Germanic Order was created as a secret sister organization. Their principles were identical to those of Freemasonry, but it fought against its opponent with Germanic ideas. Finally, a work of conspiratory nature emerged. The Germanic Order would only take on trustworthy people of Germanic nature. To that effect, very detailed prescriptions were applied in order to achieve the desired result. People had to be preferably blonde and blue-eyed. They had to have a secure income. They had to have status and, of course, have internalized the appropriate ideas. The Germanic Order did not develop very well in the First World War because many of its members were involved in the war and membership dwindled. The first disagreements occurred, and in 1916 the Germanic Order was split. One branch of the Germanic Order renamed itself and became the Germanic Order Pilgrim to the Holy Grail, out of which the Tula Society emerged later. Rudolf von Sebottendorf contacted the Grand Master of the Order, Hermann Paul, and both decided that Sebottendorf would build up the Bavarian provincial branch of the Germanic Order. Indeed, he did so. He recruited members, and in August 1918, the great inauguration took place. The Germanic Order was initiated in the headquarters, that is, in the Four Seasons Hotel in Munich, with an inaugural lodge. Shortly after this came the well-known events of the end of the war revolution. From then on, we can speak of the Tula Society. The Germanic Order then renamed itself with the cover title Tula Society in order not to divulge the conspiratory secret alliance and to hide amongst other popular organizations, thus having a greater range of action.
Adolf Schicklgruber, Hitler, the Enlightened, wants to release the
Oh,
The sound went.
Yeah, that part of the video is just like it just runs out of sound for like a minute
Oh.
and a half. But yeah, I'm about to show you guys something else for a second. Give me a second here.
Mhm.
Let me kind of put this away for a second. I'll bring that back in a minute, but I wanted to show you guys something else here. Whereas these kind of thinkers here, you know, one of them is this guy, Gurdjieff, right? Who had a influence on this guy Ouspensky, right? Russian philosopher and esotericist, right? Basically, this guy was he taught people like Alan Watts. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
So this guy Gurdjieff and his teachings of the fourth way, you know, is a type of spiritual practice that he talked about was about a new type of you know, they call it like spiritual trickster, you know, type of shit where he taught these double bind techniques. Yeah. Where like you know, he would kind of fool his followers into basically thinking that they were enlightened. Right?
Mhm.
So he's got interesting practices that he borrowed from the Sufis, you know, and then and another thing about that is that he was also influencing Nicholas Roerich, who basically founded the you know, he was the guru of Henry A. Wallace, you know, who's a Freemasonic vice president of FDR. You know what I mean? And
Mhm.
this is the guy right here who they're talking about, Von Liebensfeld. You know, he came out with all of these theories of the Aryans and the lower races, and a lot of the ways he got this. Here's a cross of the uh, of the New Templars. You know, you could tell that they took it. They used this cross in order to make the cross for the Nazi party, and they also got ideas from this lady Blavatsky, right? That's where
Mhm.
they got a lot of their ideas from about the Aryan race. But yeah,
Blavatsky.
yeah, and they also there's Chief again. What's up?
Hey, hey, fellas, greetings. Glad tidings to all. I made it.
Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
Chief.
Much love.
Yeah, I was listening to you guys on the as I sped here. My wife was looking at me crazy while I was driving to get home. Cause me and brother London have been, you know, periodically, you know, having dialogue with each other via email, and he had let me know about Friday. Now I know we got a pretty uh decent time difference to where we're at. So I had planned on doing a little different because I wanted to send brother London like some things so he could screen share and stuff. But I see you guys are pretty much at the, you know, towards the end of the stream. But you know, it's always next week or whenever we can always, you know, do it. It could be tomorrow if you guys got time. But
Well, that's what I was saying. I said, listen, I said I'm gonna open up shop today, and even if my guys, you know, don't come in how they're supposed to come in, we're gonna build a little vibe tonight and let it be known we're gonna do it again tomorrow. Right? That's what I
yeah,
said
and
at this.
that'll give me time to let everybody on my platform know. And I can't, you know, I can only estimate or speculate how many might come over, but I can pretty much guarantee a whole nother wave of people that'll come over that, normally aren't here. And that's what it's all about, man. A lot of people on YouTube aren't into that because they all want that vainglory and like, it's only like, me, you know. And if we're gonna break this thing down and we're gonna really enter into this age of Aquarius, or a lot of those people always go off of the zodiac that we know, but there's plenty of there's all different. The Chinese have their own zodiacal, procession of the equinoxes. Uh, the native tribes over here in North America have what's called the medicine wheel and different things. But I've studied all of this, and one thing I realized, it's all boiled down to the pretty much the same story. And my brother that was speaking, I heard him speaking on the way here, was mentioning like Hitler and things like that. Man, like pretty much, he was on the search for that, for all the esoteric, much like Saddam Hussein. A lot of people don't know. Saddam Hussein
Right.
was sitting on a lot of that. What you think the weapons of mass destruction was? It wasn't talking about no nuclear weapons and stuff. They was talking about portal technology and tapping into that, to the black sun.
Okay. That, you know what? I didn't even think about it like that. When I thought of mass destruction, for real, like you said, I was thinking of like nuclear weapons and
I
all that stuff.
believe some of it is in the water. I believe that some of it is in the water, because you can like, if you see the telescopes, you're not even a telescope. You can get these Nikon, what, I'm not real familiar with all like the Nikon 2000s and this and that. You can zoom into these so-called planets even without a telescope, and it's even better actually, because the telescopes now, pretty much any telescope that you buy now is linked in with it comes automatically with a software program that is it's in it. It's literally in the construction of it. So when you look through these $2,000 telescopes, I seen people doing streams a couple months ago from down South America, and they was zoomed in on Saturn. And it looked just like the Saturn that NASA shows, had the ring and everything. And he was like, he basically was saying, if everything y'all saying is true, how come my telescope is showing Saturn right now? Brother, because what it does is it has a written software program with binary code. And what it does is it focuses in on the vibration, and it automatically translated to, basically it estimates what would this frequency look like if it was translated to a physical object.
Oh snap.
So what they doing is, when they show us Jupiter and that hurricane on Jupiter, it's not that they just making all these things up. What they're doing is they're literally just, it's energy signatures, which what is the signature? It's the nature sign. Every crater has its own natural sine wave. The Saturnic sine wave is the 369. That's why Tesla said, you figure this out, you pretty much can unlock what's going on here. And Brother Wim figured it out. And I've even, with my studies, have kind of, built on top of some of Brother Wim's things, as a lot of us are, as we should.
Right.
And that the 369 double rotating pyramids, that is the Saturnic energy, Atlantean energy. Now, prior to Atlantis, if you know the true stories of Atlantis, Lemuria is older than Atlantis. So the real story of Atlantis as far as tablets and things we found, not just people that are what's it called when they go out of body and they go view something viewers
Out of body experience.
you know what they doing something
remote viewing.
Yeah remote viewing.
Okay.
A lot of the information is coming from remote viewing now, which is a real thing, but it's also the people don't realize you're entering people that go astral projecting and things like that. They don't truly fully fathom. Yeah, you might be astral projecting into another dimension and thing, but you are still astral projecting in this realm that has been hacked. It's been hacked. So the source code is what I like to call, just because of the times we're in and they coming out of the Piscean age, and most people are all about the Bible. So in order for you to communicate like efficiently to most people, not all, but a lot, majority, you're gonna have to somehow bring it back to the Bible a little bit so you can kind of like communicate with them. So what I like to tell them is like Christ is the source code. So the source code is what dwells in you. It's the part of you that's eternal. So this being that has hacked basically came into our crater. If you read the Sumerian tablets, right, which I've read every single one, I've been reading them for decades. I even taught myself how to read cuneiform to a certain extent. Now I can't just put a tablet in front of me and just start reading it off. Like I gotta have like the key next to me and stuff.
Hey Chief, look, Sumerian tablets. This is what they was telling us, right? Look, right? You see the globe and the eye with the cross, right?
Oh yeah.
It's the Sumerian tablets now, and then we go over here. This is what they're showing us with Mars now, right? Look, the cross, right? The same thing, right?
And bro, go back to that first picture. You know what that is right there? Before the Bible, that right there is also the burning bush.
Oh, I didn't know that.
The story of Moses and the burning bush and all that. And that thing that he's holding, the guy on the seat, more than likely that's usually Shamash that holds that right there. Shamash, also known by Utu, you know the band U2. See, all these bands and stuff, like they be knowing a lot of this stuff, man. Like, so Shamash is also known as Utu, depending from Sumerian to Babylon. He is the twin of Inanna, who is also known as Ishtar, who is known as Isis in ancient Kemet. So these are all the same people. It's just as they travel, their names differ. Like Ra. Like Ra in Egypt was called Ra. In Babylon was Marduk. In Egypt, he also, towards the end, before, they basically got tired of these beings' antics, the last name he went under, the name was Amen. And that was actually Moses' real name as well, Amenhotep IV. Which later, he changed his name to a title, Akhenaten, and started Atenism, which turned to Yahwism, the God of the Mount, and all this and that. Basically, every religion, and a lot of people get upset, man, with these teachings that I do, brother. But we can go back with tangible physical evidence, 60,000 years at least, with tangible, like woolly mammoth tusk and things, and rocks and crystals and things that were carved, and there was never great mother veneration, not worship, not worship, the ship of war.
Oh, you're
Fallen angels, right? Well, the word back then was Malachi. or Malik. So the word angel also was the exact word they used for sailor. So Malik, the original etymology of the word angel is Malik. It literally means Malik, an angel, Malik, a sailor. So were these beings some kind of extraterrestrials, the Elohim gods that that were they're like some light beings and this and that, or are they just from the ancient sun cycle when the blue sun comes, red Kachina, blue Kachina, when they can no longer with the energetic, because remember I said the sign, the nature sign, the signature, the great called the fee, all right, the fee or the fa, the fee or the fa in the aether. That's where they get the word father. So when Christ did prayer, our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. What he said is our fa energy signature in the aether, hallowed be thy name. Hallowed is holography, meaning light be thy name. So what he's saying is letting you know, and this is broken down into Aramaic. If you break that Lord's Prayer down into Aramaic, our fa, our natural energy signature that is in the aether, our Father, but they said our Father, but he said our Father that's in the aether, hallowed be thy name. Holography. The Holy Bible is the science of holography. That is light. So I heard my man mention the double helix, and he had a couple good theories about potentially them making like reversing everything we've been told. Like they say we come from monkeys or something. So what are the monkeys doing? They just got left behind or something. That don't even make sense with what they've told us. So I heard my man say, that it seems like they was just playing around with the DNA of everything, which is actually a fact. Even a chicken is not there's so many things here that aren't natural. A chicken is not a natural animal. A chicken was actually mixed between two hens that were indigenous to the land of Africa. Two hens, and they mixed the names and they called it the chick hen. So it was two different types of hens that were mixed. So even a chicken is a GMO animal. It was not natural to our trader. Many other things, broccoli, this, that, the other. Now, am I saying like avoid all these things? I mean, at this point, the physical stuff, like we've been hijacked so much that it's gonna take some supernatural events to happen to purge these parasites out of our crater, and that's what's getting ready to happen. And it's not prophecy. Everyone thinks it's prophecy. Oh, the book of Revelation. Well, the book of Revelation, before it was called Revelation, it was called the Apocalypse of Jesus Christ, right? Well, if you break it down in Greek, real Greek, by going by the real grammatical Greek, by the grammatical laws, because each language has grammatical, different laws. You know what I mean? Like we're apostrophes and this and that. If you go to a real Greek scholar and break down the way it's written of the original book of Revelation, the Apocalypse of Jesus Christ, it literally is written a poke of the lips to he so which riseth to. So what this means is y'all know that the story is he got betrayed with a kiss by Judas. So the poke, the apocalypse is a poke to see who's going to wake up. A poke of the lips can be a kiss by someone that loves you, or it can be a lust-filled evil kiss. So it's a poke that's meant to wake you up, and whoever receives the poke is he so which riseth to. So what they did was they turned it into a proper noun and turned it into a name called with a big J, Jesus, and a big C, Christ. When it wasn't, it was a phrase. It was the adjective adverb phrase that said he so which riseth to. So the whole book of Revelation, and they tell you John of Patmos and this and that. No. The Romans have it. If you dig deep enough, you can find out the true story how they obtained that book from the Sibylline priestesses. The Sibylline priestesses and the seven churches in the book of Revelation is the 7 Orisha temples. It wasn't the 7 churches. It was 7 Orisha temples. It all goes back to the Great Mother and the feminine energy, because that is our energy signature. That's why everything here that you see comes from the feminine. Everything. Cats, birds, dogs, monkeys, plants, this, that. Now, the argument for most people say, well, it wouldn't grow without a seed. You got to have a seed. Well, if you know about nature, even female plants produce seed. That's why in the book of Genesis, that's why even marijuana got female seeds and male seeds. If you know what I'm saying? So that's a fallacy where everybody talking about, well, no, the source is really the seed. Well, guess what? A seed ain't just exclusive of Genesis, which is just the story of a reset. It's not the beginning of the whole world. I mean, we gonna link up, Brother London, and more will be revealed, and the more we, communicate, and the more we collaborate. I got some profound teachings that I want to share with you and your viewers, and I like hearing you guys as well, because it's about building. But our creator is feminine energy, so the Saturnic beings that we call Anunnaki, Elohim, they are all masculine. They're double masculine. And they try to say it's not. They call in Egypt, they called it Isis and Osiris. Well, no, it wasn't. It's Cain Abel. It's the Ka and the Ba, the Ka Yain and the Abba El. So that's your two names of God according to all the people who read the Bible, Yah or Yahweh, and or El Elyon. Well, El Elyon, if you go to the ancestors, El Elyon was Saturn, the Most High. So everybody walking around here talking about all praise to the Most High. Don't even know they saying all praise to Saturn, because Saturn is the furthest crater away from us. And in the dome, it reflects as the highest star. We just don't see it no more because of all the light pollution and sprays and this and that. But Saturn is what they call the stars that move, that are not on a fixed path. So the ancestors used to basically, they would acquire, they would associate this with these 7 planets, because they couldn't see Neptune and Uranus or Pluto. And Pluto is just a mutable, that's a whole nother thing. Pluto is literally technology. Pluto is what I believe. Are any of you familiar with the Phoenix event?
Yeah, I'm familiar with that.
The archaics, have you the archaics work about every 138 years?
Yeah, the plasma.
Well, it's Pluto. That's what it is. Pluto is a mutable. It's a mutable device, which means it.
Oh, yeah, you're gone. Where are you?
Cloak. It's invisible. Pluto may even be the black ball or disk that is creating the eclipses and things. I'm just saying this is a theory. Um, but I believe that that proper Pluto more than likely is the device they're using as this Phoenix weapon that Jason Brashears of Archaics has basically created a trail going back to around about 5,000 BC. About 5,000 BC, showing that every 138 years, some kind of event happens. Now, my only problem with this is that's you trying to go back like 7,000-8,000 years and think that you're gonna be able to track something every 138 years. Like, let's be honest, brother. These people have had so many resets. They reset.
Hey, you jumped out. Reception, mic check. You still there? See if he's still there. Yeah, he's still there. I think your reception went, Chief. Use your whole
Check.
Yeah, you're back. Yeah.
All right. But yeah, man. I think we just at the level because it's the closing out of the age. Everything's being challenged. I mean, even the idea of gender. Gender is being challenged. Uh, every governmental system is being challenged. The financial system is being challenged. The cosmology of the world is being challenged. And that happens at the end of every age, and especially coming into the age of Aquarius, where the Hopis prophecy says there's a splitting of the timeline. Now, what the splitting of the timeline is, if we break it down, is those that are gonna still be on the timeline of Saturn, which means that they're literally gonna be back in the loop of time, and those that go on the timeline of Uranus, which Uranus is the Greek word for heaven. So anytime you see heaven in the New Testament, it literally means Uranus. It doesn't mean some realm where you going where everything's perfect and all your loved ones and this and that. Literally, every time you see the word heaven, except when Christ himself is speaking, he says the kingdom of heaven is within you. That it's a different word used then. But when they talking about
You win again.
heaven,
Oh, you back.
dang.
Mic check.
I'm back.
Yeah, you're back.
Check.
Yeah, mic check. You're good.
So Uranus, yeah, thanks for letting me know. I might have to turn my Wi-Fi off. But yeah, if I'm breaking up, just let me know.
Yeah.
So what's happening is, right, you know how the Bible, they say it's a 7-year great tribulation coming, right? What are you familiar with that, Brother London? Everybody on here?
The tribulation. I've heard of the tribulation before. Yes.
Yeah. So in the Bible, they say it's a 7-year tribulation coming, and that basically will be when the Antichrist, will control the world for 3.5 years, and then basically after 3.5 more years, it's like the whole fire, hot water this time, and that's going to be the start of the new heaven, new earth. Well, this is not prophecy. This is the past. It's already happened numerous times. All it is the ancestors passing on the message to you. You can
Check.
call it the Great Spirit, Holy Spirit. You can call it the Christ. Whatever floats your boat or finds your lost remote. Whatever you want to call it. You know what I'm saying? But it's the energy. So what it is Uranus.
Oh, gone again. Hold on, mic check. Gone again. Mic check.
So
you're back again.
Hang on, let me turn this. Check.
Yeah.
Let me turn this Wi-Fi off, man. Hold on. Check.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, so
I wanted to touch on Uranus as well, real quick, because going back to what I've been researching with the upper room, right? I think Uranus is the grandfather to most of these other quote unquote planets, right? Now, me hearing that, right? If they're saying it's the grandfather, I'm kind of thinking that's maybe the eye in its entirety. It's meaning the complete view of the eye, and especially the way how Uranus rotates, horizontal, right? It's not vertical like any of the other planets, right? Right. So when we check this out now, check this out, my brother. Watch this. Look at Uranus, how they're showing us. Like I'm showing you horizontal.
Wow. Dang, yo.
Grandfather.
That's an eyeball.
I'm telling you, but they're saying it's a planet. They're saying it's Uranus. They're saying it's Uranus, but I'm saying different.
Bro. And look, adding on to that, that's crazy you would say that. So listen to this, right? The 7-year tribulation, right? What this is. So if you know the Greek mythology, that's older than the Bible. A lot of people, they'll argue that and say, no, the Hebrews and this and that. No, it's not. The Bible you got was made in 300 BC, around that, by the Council of Nicaea. The Bible that we got has been touched by so many different hands. It's ridiculous. But so the Greeks mythology is actually older. So Uranus and is basically, like you said, the grandfather. It's the first father, the true father, right? So Gaia is the mother that the story is that Gaia made Uranus. So it is basically Gaia's son and her husband, right? That's why all the elites love this story, and it's told over and over again with Isis and Osiris and Horus and Semiramis and Tammuz and this and that, and they reenact it even like with Obama and Michael, aka Michelle Obama and stuff, with these the trans stuff. So they probably know this, but look. Uranus runs on 7-year cycles, right? Where it stays in one sign, one constellation. Like, so one sign means like if you're a Virgo or you're a Cancer or whatever, Leo. So in 2039, Uranus comes into Cancer. And in the Bible, it says that there's a woman who will have 12 stars on her head, right? And will be clothed with the sun. Well, if you look at the constellations, the woman is Virgo. There's one star in the head of Virgo, and above her head is Leo. Leo's constructed of 11 stars. So that's 12 stars on the head of the woman, right? Leo is the sign that's ruled by what we're called the sun. So she got 12 stars and she's clothed by the sun. Excuse me, Cancer is above her head, right? And then Leo, and then Virgo. And then under Virgo is Libra. That's the scales. That's the judgment day, and all that. So In 2039, Uranus is going to enter Cancer for 7 years, from 2039 to 2046. Guess what star is in Cancer? Our pole star, Polaris. So Uranus in 2039 is going to enter Cancer, exactly where our pole star is, Polaris. The only star, the only light that don't move, right? That everything revolves around. So in the esoteric Freemasonry, they say this is the father, like you just said, grandfather, coming back for his bride, Gaia, and the great marriage where the two become one. So this is when it's all going to be an amalgamation of all the mythology. Where is this a good thing, or is this when heaven and earth become one, or is this when this parasite actually rips through whatever protective energy that we have, our nature sign, our natural signature, rips through it, like you just said, with that eyeball, and becomes our actual light that's at the top of the dome. Because Polaris is actually, if you don't know, just like the Freemasonry sign, Polaris is where all the light's coming in. And the thing we call the sun is just the intersection of the vibration from the black sun in the core of the earth.
Look, I showed you that right on this one. Look, where was it gone? Hold on. Where's it gone? Where was we? Hold on. We just had it a second ago. Yeah, look, him right here. Look how we got the angle. See the angle coming in? It's been dissected, intercepted. See the angle here, the Freemason angle, how they got on top of the globe. This is that, remember, the globe. So wherever you see the compass sign, but that's showing you the degree of light.
That looks almost like the 23.5 degree axis.
Could be. It could be that number you said, bro. They might be showing us.
And in the story of Ra slaying Apep, that is the story of them entering our crater and getting past the Apep, which is our natural energy signature, the analemma. So that is the story of Ra slaying the energetic force field to stop parasites from entering our crater and allowing them to come in. That's what my studies have shown. That was when the Anuna, or these parasites, entered our crater. Because that's why if you go back and they always got masks on, lions heads, and Thoth or Tahuti got a bird head on, and this one and that. I don't believe that's. I believe them are like oxygen masks and things. That's why they always carried a bag with them. If you look, they always have bracelets and like little clocks and stuff on, probably telling them like how much oxygen they had left before they had to get back underground and get, free up on their technology and things like that. Like all the old hieroglyphs show them with their little bracelets and bags and stuff. And they always go underground. And when it's every 12,000 years approximately, we have an event that takes these parasites out. So, and it's one by fire, one by water. The one by water just is already passed. So now we come into the one by fire, plasma. So when the plasma one comes, they go underground deep into the inner earth, the hollow earth. And then they come back up about 1,000 years later when we back in harmony with nature and everything is grown back. The mountains that they cut down, that we call mountains, that are just petrified tree stumps, all of that stuff grows back. And they wait until basically, we almost forgot about what happened. And they come up from underground, they got all their technology, and bing, bam, boom, we got the whole story starting all over again. It's the same story over and over and over. It's not prophecy. It's not a one-time thing. That's why they love that infinity symbol. the metaverse symbol in the horizontal 8. They love that. When people say they sold their soul, they talking about people that have accepted the fact that this is their home forever. They're they have they have fully given over their soul to the devil god of this world that goes by many names, including Yahweh, Yahuwah, El, any god that got a name, pretty much. Odin, all of them.
Yeah.
Any god that got a name, that's not God. Trust, even God, the word God,
Yeah.
like that's not it.
Yeah.
So if you
Yeah.
talking to a God that got a name, you've been deceived. Because a name is an attribute. A name comes from. See, we just started getting into just naming people like randomly, like millennia before that. You was named adjectives. You know, jaguar paw, running water, the blowing tree, or something. Like your name was something like a verb. It was an action word. You know what I'm saying? Like now, and even today, if you dig deep into your name, it still does have that meaning. We just don't know it. We're not taught to look at these things. But so for someone to call God a name, you've already disrespected the true origin of your eternal soul, because you trying to say this is what God is, or this is what the origin of eternal life and light is, and you giving it a name. Like you already have discredited it, because what I like to say is it's the circle that encompasses all with that has no circumference. That's what I like to say. And I do say the great mother, but that's just to communicate to people. But even if you want to be real, even saying a father or a mother is even already taken away, because you're saying it's lacking something. Like the origin of our eternal soul lacks nothing. And when we tap into that power, or it's not even power, it's authority. Authority supersedes power. Power is just the exercising of the authority. So you want to tap into that authority, and I think that's what we're all on a journey trying to figure out, man. I think that's what we all trying to do. Check this out real quick. I'm gonna show y'all something. This is how in tune I am with nature and stuff. I'm gonna show you who's standing at my feet at broad daylight. Hold on.
Nice. The raccoon. Yeah. Like it. Cool stuff, man. Cool.
Yeah,
Like,
that's I named him Randy.
Randy.
Randy, yeah. That's the more I come on the show and stuff like that, you gonna see
Mm.
Randy a lot, man. That's my buddy, man.
Mm.
He got hit by a car one night and came up here, man. His arm was all broke up and everything, and he was missing, like, all his whole back was skinned, like had no fur. He came straight up to my front door, and it's like I sensed him, man. I just opened the door and there he was, man. And he ain't never came in my house or nothing like that. But you know what I'm saying? But I basically have nursed him back, man, just by feeding him and giving him love, bro. Like deer be coming around. I feed deer right out of my hands, give them apples and things, man. Like that's what it's about, man. And they have taken us out of that. Just like Brother Wim had a video showing how, the Romans, like, and their even their like their war gear looked like beetle stuff, and then in the Egyptians is like uh caterpillars wrapped up in mummy things, and like it's
Yeah.
always a promise that they're gonna get resurrected. That's this thing's MO. Like What if it's not meant for you to get resurrected? What if it's a whole nother thing that you don't even know, and they teaching us some old unnatural thing that we supposed to be going to a whole nother realm where they want you to think that like the highest honor is you coming back here. That's the cycle. That's the Saturn moon matrix, what people call. And brother, and I know you've been on here for quite a while, but I got this teaching that's gonna absolutely blow your minds, man. And I'm gonna talk to you on the email about it, because I'm not good with screen sharing and all that, so I'm gonna have to send you the information that way you can bring it up.
Yep.
But
There
look,
you
it's so crazy, right? The original alphabet is 22 characters, not just Hebrew. Like even they did change the Greek to 24, and then they changed the English to 26. But all of them, even the original English had 22 characters, right? The actual Saturn moon, and I know this sounds kind of far out, and y'all probably gonna be like, "What? What? This sounds crazy, bro." The actual Saturn moon matrix is literally in our alphabet. It's right in our face. It's in the very language we speak, bro. They have put the whole construct of the Saturn moon matrix is in our original alphabet and in the words we speak, bro. It's that deep. And I didn't read this out of no book or nothing. It came straight to me from meditation, yo. It was crazy. I came out of a vision. I have this big dry erase board. I was like a mad scientist, like Tesla or something. I just started having to write all this stuff down, and like, man, it was crazy, man. And I tried to teach it to people over the years, but I've had to like refine it a little bit, and I'm to the point now where I can teach it in a refined way to where anybody that's like at least at a level that like people that will come to your channel, and you know, people that are searching for the truth, they're gonna get it, and it's gonna blow your mind, yo. It's gonna the A to the U. AU makes gold, right? That is gold. AU. So the last letter was U. Well, the U represents all the vowels represent the planets up to Saturn. So the A was Cancer or the moon. We call it the crab now. It was the scarab. So the A is the moon. U is represented by Saturn, which is the U-turn. Now I'm not gonna get too far. Y'all start getting confused, but it's the process of is alchemy. When they say making turning lead to gold, and the Anunnaki came here searching for gold,
Yeah.
and they talk about Nibiru. Well, Nibiru, the real word Nibiru, what it means Neb Haru. It means the return of the third eye, return of the eye of Horus, or the first eye. So the return of Nibiru ain't some planet that's coming. It's the return of the awakening of the souls here. So when they said the Anunnaki came here mining for gold for their atmosphere, their atmosphere that was deteriorating, it was talking about their own aura, because aura is AU gold, RA is Ra, the gold Ra or the gold radiation. Their own auras were deteriorating because they want to be immortal and live in this plane of existence forever, brother. That's why these beings came here, to suck our life force essence so they can continue to live right here in this 3D, 4D realm. When we have the ability, we are eternal souls. We have a spark in us that comes from somewhere further than anything you see in this firmament. It goes beyond it all, brother. And they're jealous. Why you think that Yahweh, the very first commandment in the 10 Commandments is, I'm a jealous God. Well, first of all, jealousy is the exact opposite of love. Jealousy, the frequency of jealousy literally is the exact opposite of the frequency of love. And so is fear. They're like almost the exact opposite end of the spectrum. So That's what it is, man. The archons, whatever you want to call them, and the Elohim, the Anunnaki. I believe they've cracked the code on time traveling. I believe they can time travel to a certain extent. Not like they can just hop in, not like no Back to the Future, just hopping in a car and or a device and then just popping up anywhere. But I believe they've mastered some form of it. Hence the Mandela effect.
Okay. Hence the Mandela effect. Okay. Oh yeah. Yeah, good shit, man. Good shit. So what you like for tomorrow? Just for a quick build. I want to show you guys a few things for tomorrow. Anyone free tomorrow? Machine or Chief, you still there?
Well, I'll be out here maybe around 3 to 7, Eastern time over here. That's usually when you start over here is like 3 o'clock, 3 p.m. for me.
Okay.
So like yeah, so yeah, I should be there for like a couple hours, but then at 7 o'clock I gotta start my show. Usually 7 p.m. Eastern on Saturday night, but I know that you guys are in a way different time situation, so I have no idea
Yeah.
what time.
Yeah, it's different. It's different time zones, man. Bloody crazy.
But yeah, usually when you start, it's about 3 p.m. over here. So I don't know what time you start over there, but yeah.
That's like 8 p.m. for me. 8 p.m. ish, yeah, 8 p.m. Yeah, 8 p.m. Sometimes even 9 p.m. But yeah, somewhere in between 8 p.m. and 9 p.m. I normally get rolling. Yeah, like I said, I got some interesting thing to show you, man. Regarding the lens again, the eye, right? These flat Earth maps that they've been showing us. People have been looking at them totally wrong. I'm gonna show you something in plain sight tomorrow, and then we can build on that.
Chief said they shutting him down. Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah. Gee. Yeah, glad he came through. Now he knows where the second spot is. He can catch us over here as well. That's awesome. Good stuff. Good stuff. Yeah, well, I don't know what happened to Rants earlier. I think reception probably cut out on him or something. Bit busy. Don't know.
Yeah, he's got tons of kids. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So you running around and shit. So
Yeah.
It is what it is. They got a lot of energy, you can tell.
We got a lot out of him though while he was here.
That's right. That's right. Yeah.
Got a lot out of him. That's good shit. That's good shit. Yes, sir. But yeah, other than that, I'm gonna start winding down now. I've got to bring my son to bloody football practice, but you guys would call it soccer practice.
For sure, my brother. Well, yeah. Well, thank you so much for having me. I'll try to look out for you at 3 p.m. tomorrow. Which might be 8 or 9 p.m. for you. We'll see what
There
it
you
is.
go.
But yeah, when I got my show, I'm gonna hop off and go do my Saturday show. But yeah, blessings. Thank you so much, brother. Blessings.
Thank you, brother. Hey, and listen, I think it's going to be on. Hopefully, it's on the main channel. It won't be on this channel.
Okay.
The main
Okay,
channel.
I got
Hopefully, my ban's been lifted. So, fingers crossed.
I got you for sure. Well, anyways, you have a blessed night, my friend. I'm praying for you as always. Blessings.
Nice one, family. Much love. There you go. That was good. That was nice. That was nice. And it went the way I said, right? I said maybe we'll get a little vibe and, show a few things, and Machine joins and Chief joins a bit later. And it went according to plan. A bit later, but it went according to plan. It went according to plan. Then that was good. But that's wild though, right? You see what I'm talking about with Uranus, how they show it in its entiretiness with it rotating the other way, and it's like so obvious what they're trying to show you. Right? So obvious. Where is it? Oh, so obvious. What are they trying to show us? Hmm? Come on, man. Your boy's on it, man. Hmm? We're on to something, right? I know what I'm on to. Just show up tomorrow, and we show you, right? We show you. Do it different. Who's live? Anyone live? Who's live out there? Let's have a quick look. What, Jack live? No way.
Fascinating man and character.
Oh shit.
There's a lot of lore, and it's only growing, just like Braveheart, you know. William Wallace, he's like 8 feet tall.
You got to
Just Jack
remember the
Talcott.
Lord is just what
Shoots
Jack
lightning bolts out of his cock, right?
It's
Or
just
something?
what Jack is leaving behind. The lore is just it's what he's leaving behind. It's not his present or his future.
So are you like, is this the beginning of a cult? It feels like it.
Yeah.
Can
who
you wear
knows?
something more Jesus-like? Maybe not a hoodie, like some type of garb.
Here,
Bro,
Tell us about yourself. Midlife. Midlife.
That's a corporate hoodie. That's got to go, bro. You need like something hand woven from India, bro. Come on.
Well,
come on. Ad
here,
hominem. Chastisement isn't going to help. What about yourself, midlife?
Hold on. I'm here to get the guidance from the prophet, from this cult. Like, bro, like, what's going on? I want to have that contentness and peace that I see in Jack Talcott. Is it a facade? I don't know, but I'm trying to learn. So,
Jack is the intersection of hippie love of the 60s and trolling of 2024.
Right. He's broken down the ego.
Well, as it said, God will take the humble and raise them up to be glorified in the name of the Father. And that's my chosen purpose, is to live in order to glorify the name and the choices, the example of Jesus.
The meek shall inherit the earth.
That's actually, I believe, if my goals of ending legal secrets, exposing the corruption and the insanity of this criminal friggin' economic system, the banking lies is what I'm pointing to. Well, we don't have a lack. There's no reason for poverty and wealth to continue dividing mankind. We've got everything we need with the technology, the ability to keep track of things. We just need to change the distribution system of how value is exchanged. The money system is fine for keeping track of things, but this is nonsense. Budgets and regulations don't control us. Facts, the truth.
Get rid of the whole system, Jack. You know this. Ladies and gentlemen. Good stuff. Good stuff. Like I said, we had Machine lives in the building. That's my younger, smarter brother. In case you didn't know, that's my younger, smarter brother. Good chap right there. Good old chap. Good old chap. Good stuff. Mr. Chief Iron Bush came and blessed us. Good stuff. I know there's plenty more to come with that. Plenty more. Had rants in the building. God, yeah, good stuff. Yeah, good stuff. Well done, folks. Well done. Well done. 420 if you got that. I ain't seen Small Town in a little while. I ain't seen TT in a little while, or Pam, but I hope they're all doing well. Hope they're all doing well. I hope you're winning. Boy, I'll cut this zoot and get out of here. Alright. Thank you, my man. Thank you. Thank you. I tried to do it different, you know. Tried to do it different. I hope it shows, you know. We ain't trying to be like the rest. Different. Anyway, let your boy get some sleep, right? Let your boy get some sleep. We got a horse in the race now. We need to make sure this horse is well rested and eating the right food. No macaroni and, you know. Till next time, look after yourself. Love over war. Love.